Chapter 32:10. Nothing. Xiaohua spat out these 3 words, then turned around and walked towards the donkey cart that Yuanya brought over. Hee. Xiao Jian suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and quickly followed behind Xiaohua. He looked at the gate of the small gold temple as if he was looking at his own home. In just half a cup of tea's time, Xing Kong and Xing Min from the Cloud Forest Temple, along with 10 monks from the small gold temple, walked onto the stage. The 10 monks sat cross-legged on the stage with a wooden fish in their hands. One of their hands tapped lightly, and the other hand placed in front of their chest while chanting. As the monks chanted, the entire stage emitted a faint Buddhist light. The Buddhist light gradually transformed into the shape of a lotus. Amitabha! The kind-hearted people below the stage couldn't help but cry out in shock. The moment the lotus took shape, clouds appeared below Xing Kong and Xing Min's feet. The 2 of them flew into the air, clapped their hands, and took out 2 purple gold alms bowls from their sleeves. Under the activation of their telekinesis, 2 Buddhist lights shot out from the alms bowls, like pillars of light flying into the air. Amitabha, Buddha is merciful. The 2 monks chanted Buddhist mantras as they formed seals with their hands and struck the alms bowl. The alms bowl emitted a thunderous sound as the pillars of Buddhist light trembled and intertwined in midair. Slowly, the image of a benevolent Buddha that was dozens of feet tall appeared in midair. Buddha, please protect us. Seeing a huge Buddha standing in front of them, many of the villagers didn't dare to stand anymore. Plop, plop, plop. They all kneeled on the ground, and the entire area below the stage was in chaos. Junfeng, did you see that? Mo Jianli coldly said, this is bewitching people's hearts. The Buddhist sect is much better than us Confucian cultivators. If we want to chase the Buddhist sect away from the hidden immortal continent, we must first chase them away from the hearts of the people. Yes, disciple understands. Zhu Juanfeng's face was also filled with worry as he softly replied. The Buddha standing on the lotus stayed in the air for the time it takes to eat a meal, and then it turned into thousands of specks of light that scattered around the stage. Xing Chen's voice was extremely calm. Amitabha, this is my grace, the reign of the world. Anyone who obtains this item has fate with the Buddha, and is born with kindness. Buddha, please protect us. Buddha is merciful. In an instant, everyone went crazy, and almost reached out their hands to grab the Buddhist light that was falling down. The entire area below the stage immediately became extremely dangerous. Clang. Among the thousands of Buddhist lights, the sound of metal clanging suddenly, the sound of metal, of the 100 or so Immortal Academy's disciples were scattered all around the stage at the same time. They all waved their hands, and drew long swords from their backs. This sword energy was originally weak, but when the 100 or so disciples all activated it at the same time, the scene was magnificent. The sword energy was like a song, and immediately cut apart the thousands of Buddhist lights, and even destroyed the fanaticism of the 1,000 or so people. Go! Seeing this, Zhu Junfeng patted his back, and the flying sword rushed into the air like a rainbow. At the same time, Qiu Jian, Li Mo Ming, and Ji Dong didn't hesitate, and 3 flying swords flew out together with Zhu Junfeng's flying sword. The 4 flying swords on the stage were like swimming dragons, and set off waves of turbulent waves. When the sword light scattered in the air, the 100 or so flying swords at the same time emitted a strong sword cry, and rushed to the sky, as if they were flying together, and clustered around the 4 flying swords. Then, the 4 flying swords led 4 separate groups of flying swords to dance in the air, and the 1,000 or so people below the stage couldn't help but be fascinated. Go! Mo Jianli lightly shouted, and Zhu Junfeng and the other 3 rushed into the air, and landed on the flying swords. With a wave of his hand, the 100 or so flying swords turned into fish, and followed Zhu Junfeng and the other 3 in the air. Mo Jianli waved his hand, and a fist-sized vermilion red gourd appeared in his hand. As Mo Jianli activated his Yuan Qi, the entire gourd gave off a red glow, and the red glow entered the air, and then turned into thousands of fog. The fog evaporated, and gradually covered the area around 1 mile in the air. Hua! There was a soft sound, like rolling up a bead curtain, and a soft chuckle, like pearls falling onto a jade plate. But where the breeze passed, the fog was lifted, and a brilliant light was born from the fog, and an unimaginable fairyland appeared in the air. Thousands of golden lights rolled, and thousands of auspicious chi sprayed out purple fog. There was a heavenly gate, deep and dark, made of glass, and bright and made of precious jade. Wasn't this the legendary Southern Heavenly Gate? Looking at the Southern Heavenly Gate, there were dozens of heaven-suppressing marshals on both sides, and one of them was leaning against a pillar, holding a mace. Around him were dozens of gods in golden armor, and each of them held halberds, whips, sabers, and swords. The outside was okay, but the inside was shocking. There were a few huge pillars in the inner wall, and on the pillars, there were golden-scaled brilliant sun-red-bearded dragons. There were also a few long bridges, and on the bridges, there were phoenixes with colorful feathers flying in the air. Looking at the inside of the Southern Heavenly Gate, the bright clouds reflected the sky, and the green fog covered the entrance. On the stage of the god of longevity, there were famous flowers that hadn't been shed for thousands of years, and beside the medicine furnace, there were evergreen herbs. In front of the pilgrimage tower, there were red robes, and the stars were bright. The hibiscus crown was golden and dazzling. Jade hairpins, pearl shoes, and purple ribbons with golden badges. When the golden bell rang, the three divine statues entered. When the heavenly drum rang, the 1,000 saints worshipped the immortal emperor. In the middle of the hall, there were golden nails and jade doors, and colorful phoenixes dancing on the vermilion door. The winding corridor was exquisite everywhere. 3 eaves and 4 clusters, and layers of dragons and phoenixes soared. Above, there was a purple wayway. It was bright, round, and bright, and on top of a big golden gourd. Below, there was a heavenly concubine holding a fan, and a jade maiden holding an immortal towel. Fierce, heavenly generals in charge of the state. Spirited, immortal ministers protecting the emperor. In the middle, there were many layers of tai pills in a glass plate. In an agate bottle, there were a few curved coral trees. There were all kinds of strange objects in the heavenly palace, and none of them existed in the world. Golden palace and purple palace, and chi flowers and jade grass. Passing by the jade rabbit altar, the golden crow flew at the bottom. The above are all references, not original works. Not only were the 1,000 or so people from Longevity Town on the left flabbergasted, drooling from the corners of their mouths, but even Xiao Hua was flabbergasted. This kind of immortal realm was far from what an ordinary cultivation sect had. Hee, senior. Xiao Jian's voice sounded in Xiao Hua's ear. This is where the Confucian Immortal Palace is. Everything inside, who knows if it's real or fake? This disciple never knew anyone who went to the Immortal Palace. Oh, I see. Xiao Hua suddenly understood. This so-called Immortal Palace had nothing to do with him, and he didn't know if he could go there in this life. Then he looked at the other side of the arena, in the shed of the Buddhist sect. At this time, Xing Chen's face was also not good. The reason why he said those words in a low voice was to set off the atmosphere, to make people fight for the so-called Buddha's light. Those who snatched the Buddha's light, if Monk Ming you could find them later, it meant that they were fated with the Buddha, and in the future, they would also be pilgrims of the small gold temple. He didn't expect such a big mess, but of course, he didn't care about the chaos. What he cared about was that his Buddha's light was completely shattered by the sword light of the Confucian cultivator. This was a naked slap in the face. Originally, Xing Chen was still thinking about how to deal with Chong Yun Sek's Mo Jianli, but now he made a decision. As if he sensed something, Mo Jianli turned his head slightly and looked at Xing Chen. Amitba, Xing Chen put his palms together, a big smile on his face. The Immortal Palace stayed in the air for a little less than an hour. The scene inside was like a revolving lantern. Heavenly maidens, immortals, immortal birds, and divine beasts. In short, it was all seen in the dreams of the secular world. When everyone felt like they were in a dream, all the fog slowly fell and was absorbed into the gourd in Mo Jianli's hand. All the illusions disappeared without a trace, and only the 100 or so flying swords were still floating in the air. Changxing Academy wishes the Immortal Buddha ceremony a success. The 110 students shouted in unison again. That voice, along with the true energy that the students cultivated, resounded loudly in the air above the entire small gold temple. Mixed with the whistling sounds of swords, it really made one immediately feel respectful. When Mo Jianli and the others descended from the air, the 100 or so flying swords flew back into the hands of the students. Zen Master Mingyu appeared on the stage and waved his hand. The Immortal Buddha ceremony is over. Now, the competition that everyone has been waiting for is about to begin. This competition will affect the fate of the Little Gold Temple. I don't know if the Little Gold Temple will still exist in Changsheng Town after this battle. This poor monk is really nervous. The Little Gold Temple will win. Zen Master Mingyu will win. Someone shouted, and it immediately caused dozens of people to shout. The whole place was in an uproar again. Zhu Junfeng frowned. The key to this battle was the Little Gold Temple and the River and Tide Temple. It had nothing to do with Changsheng Academy. However, he didn't know if these words had other meanings, but it made him feel very unhappy. The voices below the stage rose and fell, making Zen Master Mingyu very excited. Thank you, everyone, for your blessings. This poor monk will do his best and will not disappoint you. Then, Zen Master Mingyu opened his mouth again. The Little Gold Temple is the host of this Immortal Buddha ceremony. This poor monk will be the first to announce the order of the competition. As he spoke, Zen Master Mingyu announced the Little Gold Temple's name list. It was Jianzheng, Jianping, Jianshan, Mingfa, Mingcheng, Xingkong, Xingmin, Xingfan, and Xingchen. After he finished speaking, Zen Master Mingyu looked below the stage and said loudly, Priest Xiao Jian of the River and Tide Temple, can your Tide Temple's name list come out? My Tide Temple only has 3 people. It's really simple. Xiao Jian said loudly. The first to fight is my inferior disciple, Yuan Ya. The second is naturally fellow Taoist Xiao Hua. The last is I. Oh, Xiao Hua. Both Mo Jianli and Xingchen looked at Xiao Hua. How could they not know Xiao Jian's wishful thinking? Xiao Hua was the one with the highest cultivation in the Tide Temple. As long as he didn't lose, Xiao Jian, who was average, didn't need to fight. What about Changsheng Academy? Zen Master Mingyu also looked down on Xiao Jian in his heart. He raised his head and looked at Zhu Junfeng. Actually, according to Zhu Junfeng's arrangement, the 4 seniors from the Chongyun sect didn't need to fight. At least, Mr. Mo Jianli didn't need to fight. However, after hearing the Little Gold Temple's arrangement, even Xingchen was arranged. How could Mo Jianli not fight? Chapter 32:11. Forget it. Mo Jianli shook his head and whispered something to Zhu Junfeng. Zhu Junfeng stood up and stepped on his flying sword and rushed into the arena. He smiled and said, My Changsheng Academy is here to make up the numbers. We can't be compared to Shaojin Temple and Jiangchao Temple. However, in order to let everyone see an exciting performance, my Changsheng Academy has also arranged a simple lineup. We will fight with Shaojin Temple and Jiangchao Temple later. Zhu Junfeng announced the name list of Changsheng Academy. It was Zhang Chunyang, Lu Chun, Ji Ming, Fan Xiang, Du Yuechen Tang, and Qiu Jian, Liamo Ming, Ji Dong, and Mo Jianli. Amitba, the names of the 3 sects have been decided. Monk Mingyu smiled and said, Dean Zhu and I will be the judges. The benefactors below the arena are also the judges. Let us wait and see which fellow immortal will have the last laugh. Good. The audience below the arena seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Now, they were clapping crazily, urging the Buddhist, Taoist, and Confucian sects to start the competition. You can go. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and handed the magic wand back to Yuanya. Let this old man see how many tricks you have. Yes. Yuanya jumped down from the donkey cart and caught the magic wand in the air. When he landed, he left a deep footprint on the ground. Yuanya naturally didn't need to use the ladder. With the magic wand in his hand, he jumped up and stepped on the pillar of the arena. His body borrowed the momentum and easily entered the arena. Clang! Yuanya put the magic wand on the arena and said indifferently, Which bald donkey wants to die? Wow! The audience below the arena was in an uproar. At this time, A slightly muscular monk also held a Buddhist staff in his hand. He was a little afraid and hesitant as he walked out from behind the arena. He was Shaojin Temple's monk, Jian Zheng. This monk often fought with Yuan Ye, but because he had more people, he didn't suffer too much. Today, he saw himself facing this demon alone, and this demon had a black magic wand in his hand. "Ha, you are Jian Zheng." When Yuan Ye saw this monk, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "I don't know how many times I've beaten you up, but you actually caught up with me." Jian Zheng shrunk his neck in fear. However, when he saw Zen Master Bright Moon's sharp gaze, Jian Zheng could only raise the Zen staff in his hand and shout, "Yunya, this penniless monk usually doesn't want to lower himself to your level, but today is different. I want to show you I's true cultivation. If you're scared, just admit defeat and—" Before Jian Zheng could finish, Yuan Ye roared and flew into the air. He raised his magic wand and shouted, "Bald donkey, eat this! How dare you!" At this time, Jian Zheng no longer had the time to be afraid. He waved his Buddhist staff with both hands, and with a loud roar, he charged forward. The monk's staff inevitably collided with the magic wand. Although Jian Zheng's skills were not inferior to Yuan Ye's strength was greater than Jian Zheng's. With just one hit, Jian Zheng's body immediately lost his balance and involuntarily flew out of the arena. Zen Master Bright Moon watched without any expression. He knew that even if Ming Cheng and Ming Fa were on the arena, they might not be Yuan Ye's match. For Jian Zheng to be easily sent flying by Yuan Ye, that was very normal. Amitabha. Zen Master Bright Moon looked at Zhu Junfeng and said, "Principal Zhu, my Shaojin Temple has lost the first round. Students from Changsheng Academy, please come up." Zhu Junfeng nodded. He looked below the arena and said, "Zhang Chunyang, come and experience the skills of Jiangchao Temple's Taoist disciples." A thin scholar answered and ran up the ladder to the arena. That scholar was dressed like a Confucian scholar. He held a clear sword in his hand and looked extremely refined. He won the cheers of the crowd below the arena. "Fellow immortal Yuan Ye, please?" Zhang Chunyang very politely cupped his fists and bowed. Then, he raised his sword and was about to raise his hand. "Please, please, please." Yuan Ye would not be polite with him. After bowing, he shouted 3 times and waved his magic wand 3 times in a row. The magic wand blew wind in his face. Zhang Chunyang activated the meager amount of genuine qi in his dantian. His body barely floated in midair. As his sword danced, he began to fight with Yuan Ye. Zhang Chunyang's strategy was not wrong. His skills were much better than Jian Zheng's. However, Yuan Ye's methods originated from the jungle and he had fought for his life in the gladiator arena. Every move he made was a battle of life and death. After a few moves, Zhang Chunyang was forced to the edge of the arena again. He had nowhere to run. "I am not fellow immortal Yuan Ye's opponent. Thank you for your guidance." Looking at the empty space behind him, Zhang Chunyang did not hesitate and flew out of the arena. He looked very leisurely. He even waved his sword in midair, making several sword flowers. After somersaulting a few times, he landed on the ground and cupped his fists towards the crowd. Facing Yuan Ye, not only were Jian Ping and Jian Shan of the Small Gold Temple easily knocked off the arena, even Lu Chun and Ji Ming of the Longevity Academy were forced off the arena. Even Ming Fa of the Small Gold Temple, who stepped onto the arena later, was not Yuan Ye's opponent. After fighting for a while, he sent his Buddhist weapon flying. He had no choice but to admit defeat. Today, Jiangchao Temple was really showing his might. He alone defeated 7 people from the Small Gold Temple and the Longevity Academy. Xiao Jian was not the only one who was beaming with joy. Even the crowd below the arena was shocked. These people did not know about the arrangement of the Small Gold Temple and the Longevity Academy. They only saw Yuan Ye's bravery and were all stupefied. They felt that they had really underestimated Jiangchao Temple. Seeing that Yuan Ye had defeated Ming Fa and was already exhausted, Zhu Junfeng walked to the center of the arena and said with a smile, "Martial nephew Yuan Ye's strength is extremely high. It is really beyond this Zhu's imagination. However, fellow immortal Xiao, your rules are really strange." Martial nephew Yuanya fought 1 against 7, not having any chance to rest. Isn't this just my long life academy and small gold temple bullying him with numbers? Ha! Xiao Jian stood up from the donkey cart and laughed loudly. My Jiangchao temple only has 3 people. You all are bullying him with numbers. How about this, fellow immortal Xiao, let Yuanya rest for a while. Zhu Junfeng said again, after my longevity academy and the small gold temple fight a few rounds, how about we let martial nephew Yuanya come up? This isn't appropriate, right? Monk Mingyu was very clear about Ming Fa and Ming Cheng's cultivation. Ming Fa used his strength to fight against Yuanya and exhausted his strength. Afterwards, no matter how bad Longevity Academy was, they would still be able to hold off Yuanya for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Then, if Yuanya was not defeated, he would definitely be defeated by Ming Cheng. How could Monk Mingyu let go of such a good opportunity? Moreover, if Yuanya rested, Ming Cheng would definitely fight against Fan Xiang from Longevity Academy. This was very unfavorable for the small gold temple. Thus, he hurriedly shouted, this rule was personally proposed by Taoist Xiao from Jiangchao Temple and witnessed by over 1,000 benefactors. How could you change it? It's fine. Yuanya took a breath and forced a smile. This little one can still hold on. Forget it. Xiao Hua laughed coldly. He originally wanted to leave some face for the small gold temple, but after seeing these so-called Buddhist disciples scheme like this, he did not feel like holding back anymore. He floated down from the donkey cart and said loudly, Yuanya, just admit defeat. Yes, toward Xiao Hua's words, Yuanya did not have any rebuttal. He replied in a low voice and immediately floated down from the stage without any hesitation. Zhu Junfeng was naturally stunned. However, he looked at Xiao Hua with interest as he slowly walked over. He smiled and said, it seems like immortal friend Xiao is thinking of making a move after a long period of silence. Your next opponent is my Longevity Academy's Fan Xiang. Please show mercy. Ha, no problem. Xiao Hua smiled faintly and still slowly walked down from the stage. Longevity Academy's Fan Xiang was already waiting behind the stage. When he heard Zhu Junfeng say his name, he immediately activated his flying sword and forcefully flew up from below the stage. Good. Fan Xiang's appearance immediately won everyone's cheers. Everyone's gaze unconsciously gathered on Xiao Hua's unhurried pace. They wanted to see how Xiao Hua would ascend the stage. Seeing that the stage was getting closer, Xiao Hua quietly placed a yellow talisman on his body. Soon after, he activated what little magic power he had left. His figure slowly floated up. As if he was walking on an invisible flight of stairs, he walked up to the stage step by step in midair. See! Below the stage, all of Longevity Town's villagers were stunned. They could not imagine that a person could actually walk in midair. This was even more inconceivable than a sword ray or a cloud. You are not this old man's opponent. Xiao Hua's figure walked up from below the stage. He looked at Fan Xiang and said indifferently, let him come. As he spoke, Xiao Hua pointed at Xingqian. Senior Xiao. Seeing Xiao Hua's cultivation level, Fan Xiang knew that he was not his opponent. However, he still said respectfully, right now, it is this junior who is going up the stage. You want this junior to admit defeat without even making a move? This junior will not accept defeat. The rules of this challenge were set by the Tidal River Temple. How about senior defeat this junior first? That's right. Xiao Hua laughed loudly. He waved his hand and took out the heaven-leveling staff. He said, Confucian cultivators would rather break than bend. If you admit defeat like this, how can you become a scholar? Since that is the case, then this old man will let you know what is called powerful. As he spoke, Xiao Hua calmly stepped on the stage. Fan Xiang's eyebrows twitched. Just as he was about to bow and salute, the entire stage shook. Fan Xiang was unable to stand still. He saw the faint Buddhist light on the stage violently flickering. Zen Master Bright Moon cried out in alarm, "Io, not good." The staff in his hand stopped, and he immediately activated his telekinesis to fly into the air. Zhu Junfeng was naturally faster than Zen Master Bright Moon. He was already standing in midair on his flying sword. He was looking at Xiaohua with a shocked expression on his face. Fan Xiang was a bit slower. Seeing that the entire ring was about to collapse, he activated his true qi and flew out of the ring. Xiaohua's heaven-leveling staff was extremely heavy. Even if this simple stage was supported by a Buddhist formation, how could it withstand it? Xiaohua stepped on the stage. He did not even make a move and the entire stage collapsed. Chapter 32:12. Haha. Xiaohua's arrogant voice came from the dust of the collapsed arena. How can we fight in such a broken arena? Anyone who doesn't want to die, bring it on. Hiss. Xingchen and Mo Jianli and the others all stood up and sucked in a breath of cold air. They stared blankly at Xiaohua and the heaven-leveling staff in his hand in the middle of the tattered arena. The weight of Yuanya's magic staff had already exceeded their expectations. They had never imagined that an ordinary person like Yuanya, who had never cultivated before, would be able to resist and even defeat Confucian cultivators who could almost enter the ranks just by relying on his vigorous movements and heavy weapon. And Xiaohua didn't even make a move. The Buddhist formation supported by the three Transcendence Realm Arhats was crushed just like that. If this staff hit them, how tragic would that be? Disciple. Fan Xiang obviously couldn't stay in the air for long. After a while, he landed on the broken pillar of the arena. He answered in a low voice, somewhat absent-minded. He would rather break than bend, but it was obvious that the cultivation of the person in front of him was far beyond his reach. How could he not bend? Xiaohua looked around. The arena was gone, and the surroundings were silent. He looked at Fan Xiang's muttering and thought of what Xiao Jian said before. Yes, what was his cultivation? What was the cultivation of these people in front of him? They were just his juniors. Although his current strength was less than 1/10 of the earth crystal Yao milk, he couldn't bully them because of this. After crossing the bottleneck of late gold core, he would become a nascent soul grandmaster. Since he was a grandmaster, he had to have the bearing and breadth of mind of a grandmaster. During the trip to Meng Mountains, whether it was Fairy Hong Xia, Li Zongbao, or even Xiao Mao, they all told him what a grandmaster should do. But at that time, and for a long time after, Xiaohua didn't feel anything. When he was in thunder-controlling Sek's myriad Thunder Valley, Xiaohua used soul stings to attack thousands of qi refining disciples with his nascent soul strength. He also fought against Foundation establishment disciples at the Thunder Arena. This was because Xiaohua didn't see himself as a grandmaster. Perhaps it was because the time was ripe, or perhaps it was because his 100 years of bitter cultivation had allowed him to improve a lot, or perhaps it was because he was facing something familiar from his memories. In short, Xiaohua felt that he had lost face by attacking a student who didn't make the grade. Forget it. Xiaohua sighed in his heart. There was even a hint of joy in his sigh. Why should I hide anything in hidden immortal continent now? Therefore, Xiaohua's body moved. He channeled his remaining arcane energy and rushed into the sky. He pointed his finger at Xingchen and Mo Jianli and smiled. Don't make things difficult for the juniors. Why don't you wait for the two of you, or the three monks come together? To be honest, if it wasn't because of the Tide Temple incident, I wouldn't even bother to attack. That's right, Xiaohua really didn't feel any pressure when facing a cultivator who was only around the second level of essence energy. Even though his Dao, he still had Buddhist cultivation. Soul cultivator, Soul's thunder technique. Even if the lightning flashing thunder rolling thunder technique was too powerful, Xiaohua still had the heaven leveling staff. Xiaohua believed that as long as he had the heaven pacifying rod in his hand, even if the hidden immortal continent was destroyed, he would not be afraid. Seeing Xingchen flying out of the shed and Mo Jianli flying out of the shed, Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. He had discovered something interesting. His Buddha Saraira was the same as the others. It was in his Naiwan palace. But because there was a divine restriction outside his Naiwan palace, as long as he didn't release his Buddhist consciousness, ordinary Buddhist disciples couldn't detect his Buddhist cultivation. And just now, from the conversation between Monk Mingyu and Zhu Junfeng, Xiaohua had already keenly sensed the gap between Confucian cultivators and Buddhism. In the future, Xiaohua might reveal his Confucian cultivation base, so now, and perhaps in the future, he didn't plan to let others know that he had Buddha Saraira. As soon as he flew out of the shed, Mo Jianli immediately used the mystic art of his sect. His eyes flashed with a faint clear light as he tried to see through Xiaohua's cultivation. But to his surprise, other than the faint Zhen Qi of the Confucian cultivator, he couldn't see anything else. Of course, Mo Jianli also knew that there were many secret techniques in the hidden immortal continent. Therefore, it was normal that he couldn't see Xiaohua's cultivation. In particular, the commonly used methods of the 3 continents to determine the origin energy of the 9th grade and the 27th grade were not only effective for Confucian cultivators, Buddhist sects, and demon sects, but there were also many other strange techniques that could not be measured by the grade of the origin energy. Taoism has been in decline for countless years. Who knows where Xiaohua obtained the lost Taoist orthodoxy? But Mo Jianli knew that since Xiaohua called himself Old Man and challenged all the cultivators of level 2 of the origin energy, Xiaohua's cultivation didn't match his young appearance. Xiaohua was definitely a cultivator of level 3 of the origin energy. Senior. Therefore, Mo Jianli didn't let Qiu Jian and the others come out. He flew up into the sky alone and bowed respectfully. Junior Mo Yen, Mo Jianli from the Chongyun sect of the country of Shi greets Senior. If Mo Jianli could think of it, Xingchen could also think of it. But he didn't expect that Mo Jianli would put him in the position of a junior. This made Xingchen feel a little awkward. Because Xingchen couldn't see Xiaohua's cultivation either, but he could vaguely see that Xiaohua was a Confucian cultivator. When Mo Jianli called him senior, Xingchen was shocked. He thought to himself, oh no, is this a secret move of the Chongyun sect? But then he was confused again. If it was a secret move, Mo Jianli couldn't slap his own face on the spot. How could he expose him? Besides, Xiaohua's flying technique didn't seem to be anything special. It seemed to be relying on external force. Who knew if he was like Xiao Jian, who often bluffed people? I'm Xingchen from the Yunlin Temple. Greetings to fellow immortal Xiao. Although Xingchen couldn't treat himself as a junior, he didn't dare to neglect. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. He immediately stopped in midair and bowed respectfully. You two are too polite. Xiaohua twirled the heaven-leveling staff in his hand. He smiled and returned the greeting. We're on the stage now, no need to be so polite. It won't be too late to talk about it after I, Shaojin Temple, and Changsheng Academy finish this. Hee, senior must be joking. Mo Jianli naturally didn't feel burdened. He smiled and said, today is the Immortal Buddha ceremony. My Chongyun sect is only here to join in the fun. How can we really fight with senior? If I knew senior had such methods, I would have made Zhu Junfeng admit defeat long ago. Yes, junior admits defeat on behalf of Changsheng Academy. Zhu Junfeng, who was standing in midair, saw Mo Jianli's attitude. How could he delay? He immediately bowed and said, Xiaohua nodded. I'll remember this. In the future, Jiangchao Temple will have to rely on Changsheng Academy. Principal Zhu, please take care of it. Naturally, Zhu Junfeng heard and knew that Xiaohua would leave after this. Xiao Jian and Yuanya alone wouldn't be a threat to Changsheng Academy. How could he not agree? Immortal friend Xiao. Seeing Mo Jianli change sides, Xingchen's face darkened. He cupped his hands and said, may I know where immortal friend is from? Shaojin Temple's head is a disciple of my Yunlin Temple. I and others representing Shaojin Temple is normal. Immortal friend, why are you representing Jiangchao Temple? Xiaohua originally wanted to say that he was a loose cultivator from the West Ocean. However, when he thought about the West Ocean he immediately changed his words. I'm a loose cultivator from the East Ocean. Previously, I met with some trouble and was saved by Jiangchao Temple. Since there's kindness, I naturally have to repay it. I'll take responsibility for the fight between Jiangchao Temple and Shaojin Temple. Moreover, I'm from the Taoist sect. All the Taoist sects in the world are one. Why can't I fight for Jiangchao Temple? East Ocean, loose cultivator? Xingchen was shocked. That East Ocean was vast and boundless. Xiaohua's one sentence made it impossible for Xingchen to find the specific location. Senior Xiao. Mo Jianli asked curiously. You seem to have traces of my Confucian cultivation. I used to be a Confucian cultivator. Xiaohua didn't hide it. However, I didn't have any breakthroughs. Later, when I was studying in the East Ocean, I encountered a storm and accidentally obtained a Taoist inheritance on a deserted island. Since then, I no longer focused on true qi cultivation. Congratulations, Senior, Mo Jianli said with a smile. Senior's luck is profound. You obtained the inheritance of 2 sections. This is truly worthy of celebration. Haha. Xiaohua laughed and shook his head. I haven't practiced Confucian cultivation for many years. This Taoist cultivation is also a copy of a cat drawing a tiger. It can't be considered as obtaining the inheritance of 2 sects. Mo Jianli and Zhu Juanfeng's smile became even wider. Zhu Junfeng still felt that Changxing Academy would lose face if he directly admitted defeat. However, Xiaohua directly admitted that he was a Confucian cultivator. Changxing Academy's face was instantly returned. Losing to a senior with Confucian cultivation was something that would never be ridiculed by others. I want to see how Xingchen will deal with it. The two looked at Xingchen at the same time. So, immortal friend Xiao is this poor monk senior. Xingchen's mouth was bitter, but he still insisted. If it was an ordinary fight, this poor monk would definitely admit defeat. However, today's fight involves the survival of Shaojin Temple in Changxing Town. This poor monk can't act on his own accord. Even if I have to pay with my life today, I still have to fight with Senior. Of course, this poor monk admits that he is not Senior's opponent. Just now, Senior said that this poor monk's junior brothers and others can also fight together. Well said. Before Xingchen could finish speaking, Xiaohua interrupted him. You all can fight together. This Xiao won't take your lives. Thank you, Senior. Xingchen was overjoyed to get the guarantee and bowed again. You're welcome. As long as you don't think that this old man is bullying the weak. Xiaohua waved his hand casually. This junior doesn't dare. Senior, as long as you don't care about this junior's offense. The more Xingchen listened to Xiaohua, the more he felt that Xiaohua was not bluffing. However, I still want to ask you to confirm it. If we are lucky enough to win by 1 or 2 moves, will you immediately order the Jiangqiao Temple to withdraw from the Longevity Town? Chapter 32:13. Yes, of course. Xiaohua said without hesitation, I'm leaving. Xiao Jian and Xiao Chen are no match for all of you. Good. Xingchen waved his hand and said, Junior brothers, come here. We 3 juniors would like to ask Senior Xiao to give us some pointers. Yes, Senior brother, Xing Kong, Xing Min, and Xing Fan flew out from the shed and surrounded Xiaohua. They bowed and saluted. Xiaohua nodded and returned the salute. Senior, be careful. Xingchen waved his hand and a purple gold alms bowl appeared in his hand. He continued to shout, The 4 of us are forming a Buddhist formation. Senior, please give us some pointers on the power of this formation. Hee. Hearing this, Xiaohua knew what Xingchen was thinking, and said with a smile, You and the others, quickly set up the formation. I'll be waiting. Xingchen was overjoyed. It takes time to set up the formation, but if they don't use it, the 4 of them might not be Xiaohua's match. In order to prevent Xiaohua from making a move and stopping him from setting up the formation, Xingchen had to think. The result was as he expected. Xiaohua didn't hesitate at all. Xingchen made a hand seal and activated his telekinesis. The Buddhist consciousness in his Naiwan palace also surged out. Pung. The alms bowl in Xingchen's hand emitted a Buddhist light and turned into a lotus petal in the air. Xing Kong, Xing Min, and Xing Fan also released their alms bowls and turned them into lotus petals of different colors. Amitabha. The 4 of them chanted the name of Buddha at the same time. The Buddhist consciousness gathered in the air and gradually formed a large Buddhist seal. Fight! Suddenly, Xingchen let out a furious roar. Like a thunderclap in a clear sky, His rather large Buddhist seal slammed towards the nearby Shaojin temple. The Buddhist seal rushed out, and countless air currents surged out. Thousands of villagers who were staring at the sky without blinking their eyes began to howl violently above their heads. Boom! A huge explosion came from the Shaojin temple. Then, like thousands of Buddhas chanting, a powerful telekinesis rushed out of the Shaojin temple and landed on the 4 lotus petals. This, psychokinesis again. Xiaohua frowned slightly. Xiaohua had seen this psychokinesis in the ruins of the Buddhist sect on the Dawn Rain continent. Although this psychokinesis was incomparable to the psychokinesis of the tens of thousands of bodhisattvas in the ruins of the Buddhist sect, it still couldn't be underestimated. Sure enough, under the power of telekinesis, the 4 lotus petals spun crazily. Buddhist light rushed out and surrounded Xiaohua. This Buddhist light gradually closed up and turned into an even bigger lotus. Moreover, countless heavenly flowers fell from the lotus, and the phantoms of countless heavenly maidens appeared. Even the sound of chanting could be heard. "Senior, please." A smile appeared on Xing Chen's face when the light from the lotus stabilized. "As long as Senior breaks this formation and defeats the 4 of us, my little gold temple will immediately withdraw from the Longevity Town." "Good." Xiaohua shouted and raised his heaven-leveling staff. "Eat this Xiao's staff." Hee. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't use any Taoist spells and instead used the heaven-leveling staff, Xing Chen couldn't help but laugh. This Buddhist formation was formed by telekinesis, and it wasn't a real thing. If Xiaohua had looked carefully for a moment, found the location of the 4 alms bowls, and then used the Ping Tian staff to hit the alms bowls in the formation, Xing Chen would have been scared. But Xiaohua didn't even look at them. He just hit the lotus inside the Buddha's light out of nowhere. How could he break the formation? Besides, even if Xiaohua broke through the formation, Xing Chen wouldn't be afraid. The Buddhist sect's Buddhist sense was the most observant. The alms bowls were visible to the naked eye when the formation was first set up. But once the formation was set up, the 4 alms bowls were controlled by the Buddhist sense and could move freely within the formation. Although Xiaohua's spells were fast, they couldn't be faster than the Buddhist sense, right? "Junior brothers," Xing Chen ordered. The heavenly flowers in the Buddhist formation flourished. Each of them flashed with murderous intent and spun toward Xiaohua. "Isn't Senior Xiao too careless?" Seeing how powerful the Buddhist formation was, Zhu Junfeng frowned and said to Mo Jianli in a low voice, "The Buddhist formation of the Buddhist sect is the most powerful, especially the primary formation of the Confucian sect. I've never seen a Taoist formation, but it's best to break it before it's set up. Since it's set up, we can only find the eye of the formation." Senior Zhao's reckless attack. "I'm not sure." Mo Jianli shook his head. "I want to say that Senior Xiao is confident, but I don't know where he planted his bamboo shoots. Even this old man can't sense his true cultivation. If it's not unfathomable, then it's—" Zhu Junfeng smiled and said in a low voice, "A swindler." Boom. The sky-leveling staff seemed to have heard Zhu Junfeng's slander and struck the lotus that surrounded Xiaohua. Xing Chen thought that the sky-leveling staff couldn't touch the Buddhist light and psychokinesis, but it tore a huge hole in the Buddhist light and psychokinesis. The hole flashed rapidly, and the trembling spread in all directions. Xiaohua's attack was powerful. How is this possible? Xing Chen's face was ashen. He couldn't believe that the Buddhist formation set up by the 4 of them collapsed under Xiaohua's attack. Unfathomable. Mo Jianli murmured with his mouth agape. Similarly, he had never heard of a Buddhist formation that had already been set up being destroyed by a single strike from a staff. Xiaohua put away the sky-leveling staff and looked coldly at Xing Chen and the other 3 who tried their best to activate their psychokinesis to stop the Buddhist formation from collapsing. However, it seemed that the 4 of them were like mantises trying to stop a chariot. They couldn't resist the irresistible force of the Buddhist formation. Alas, this is an unfair victory. Xiaohua sighed. Then, he activated the flying talisman and flew out of the Buddhist formation. He waved the sky-leveling staff and said, "Xing Chen, take this." "Forget it." When Xing Chen saw Xiaohua's awe-inspiring demeanor, He knew that he was no match for him. Strength can break all techniques. Just as he was about to admit defeat, a dejected thought appeared in his mind. Woo! A huge roar came from the distance. It sounded like thousands of cows mooing, but it also sounded like the shaking of heaven and earth. What's going on? Xiaohua was shocked. How could he still care about defeating Xingchen? He hurriedly used his divine sense to check the source of the sound. Not good. When Xiaohua saw the situation in the distance, his expression changed drastically. His body involuntarily rose up and was about to fly away. Senior? Xiaohua's divine sense was fast, but Xingchen and the others' Buddhist awareness, Emojianli, and the others' eye-clearing and divine sense techniques weren't slow either. Just as Xiaohua was about to fly away, Xingchen hurriedly shouted. What's wrong? Xiaohua frowned. Do you still want to fight? Now that the water tribe is rampant and the people of Longevity Town are about to be plunged into misery and suffering, how can we still remember to fight? Xingchen hurriedly explained, although this fight hasn't ended yet, we know that we are no match for you. If you have something to say, say it quickly. Xiaohua was angry. Don't delay me from saving people. Yes, Xingchen hurriedly said, we want to make a bet with you. Let's see if your Taoist method can save more people or my Buddhist method can save more people. Or perhaps, whoever had the means to eliminate the Longevity Town's calamity would be the winner. What do you think, Senior? Okay. Xiaohua already felt that he had defeated Xingchen and the other aquatic creatures because he had an unfair advantage. Therefore, after hearing Xingchen's words, Xiaohua agreed without hesitation. He didn't believe that these aquatic creatures could survive under his lightning strikes. Xingchen was overjoyed when he saw Xiaohua agree. He might not be able to save many people, but there were people in Shaojin Temple. They were much stronger than the 3 from Jiangchao Temple. Besides, didn't Ling Chen's Buddhist sense mean that there was a senior from the Buddhist sect near Longevity Town? Now that Longevity Town was in trouble, this senior would definitely help. This was why Xingchen emphasized the Buddhist sect and not Shaojin Temple or Yunlin Temple. Martial nephew Mingyu. Xingchen waved his hand and said hurriedly, Longevity Town's Liao River is overflowing. The water tribe is wreaking havoc in the river. I'm afraid that Longevity Town will be flooded in a short time. Now, there are almost 2,000 people gathered in Shaojin Temple. Quickly organize the disciples and send them to Shaojin Temple. If Shaojin Temple can't hold them, just stay on the hillside. Seeing that the river is coming, we can't go anywhere else. Yes, disciple understands. Zen Master Mingyu's Buddhist sense was weak and couldn't see that far. However, after hearing Xingchen's order and hearing the faint sounds in the distance, his expression changed. He hurriedly agreed and began to send the disciples. Emo Jianli didn't think much. He just waved his hand and flew away with Qiu Jian, Liamo Ming and Ji Dong. He didn't give any orders to Zhu Junfeng. Zhu Junfeng glanced at Mr. T, and with a bitter taste in his mouth. He didn't expect this unforeseen event to happen so fiercely and so unexpectedly. He was in a bit of a difficult situation. Long Life Academy was relatively close to Liaojiang, so right now, they were definitely panicking. Meanwhile, there were so many people here, Small Golden Temple's monks definitely couldn't deal with them alone. Long Life Academy could only leave the experienced students here. Principal Zhu, Mr. Tai, and saw the complicated look in Zhu Junfeng's eyes and understood what Zhu Junfeng was thinking. Almost without thinking, he said, I'll go back to the academy now. You go to the riverside with Mr. Emo. Yes, that's the only way. Zhu Junfeng nodded and said, these 100 disciples will stay here. After all, there are so many people here. Then, Zhu Junfeng named a few people to be in charge of this matter. He activated his sword light and chased after Xiaohua and the others. The spectators naturally didn't know what had happened. Seeing that the exciting battle had suddenly ended, everyone flew to Liao River and didn't know what to do. Fortunately, under the arrangement of the students of the academy and the guidance of the monks of Shaojin Temple, they were about to move to Shaojin Temple. The thoughts of the students and monks were good, but the crowd was unwilling. They asked what had happened and why the contestants had left. They wanted to go to Little Golden Temple, After all, Little Golden Temple could not accommodate so many people. Chapter 32:14. Longevity Academy students were quite experienced, all of them smiling. They only said that there were some strange changes in the town and the teachers were going to deal with it. They didn't know the specifics, only telling everyone to wait at Small Golden Temple. After a while, the teachers would return and they could leave. After hearing these words, those people were naturally doubtful, whispering noisily to each other. However, they were still obedient, slowly moving towards Small Golden Temple. However, compared to Longevity Academy students, Small Golden Temple's monks were clearly lacking in propriety. After Monk Mingyu explained the cause of the matter to Ming Cheng and Ming Efe, they also hurriedly assigned the 30 or so disciples. Those disciples couldn't compare to Ming Cheng and Ming Efe. Their own expressions changed greatly, hurriedly urging the people around them to enter the temple. When everyone asked about it, they told them everything and revealed the urgency of the matter. When everyone learned the truth, they immediately exploded. Who didn't have family or property in Longevity Town? How could they quietly hide in Small Golden Temple? Even though Small Golden Temple's monks shouted until their throats were hoarse, saying that Buddha was protecting them, that the teachers were already going to deal with it, unfortunately, no matter how much they said, no one would listen. Most of the people simply ignored the monks' attempts to stop them and explain. They rushed down the hill faster than the tide and rushed into Longevity Town along the mountain path. Monk Mingyu and the others were a bit confused as they watched the dispersing crowd. They really didn't understand. However, fortunately, less than 40% of the 2,000 people were calm. They knew that even if they went back, they wouldn't be able to do anything. They would just give up their lives for nothing. Even though their hearts were twisted by knives, like ants on a hot pan, they still listened to Longevity Academy's arrangements, rushing towards Small Golden Temple. After this small unforeseen event, the situation immediately became clear. Those who could cause trouble all left, those who couldn't, didn't need the guidance of the monks and students. Even though it was a bit chaotic, they could all enter Small Golden Temple. As a result, Longevity Academy's students coldly looked at Small Golden Temple's monks. They were also worried about the academy's safety, as well as the safety of the town's inner family. However, they still couldn't fly on their swords, so they could only wait here. Among the thousands of people in the entire Small Gold Temple, the calmest ones were probably Xiao Jian and Yuanya, who were currently in the Hall of Great Strength, commenting on the golden body of Buddha. The two of them were originally staying near the Shaojin Temple's mountain gate. With this sudden turn of events, Yuanya immediately became alert. He pulled Xiao Jian and rushed into the Shaojin Temple. Xiao Jian originally wanted to pull the lame donkey along with the donkey cart, but Xiao Hua's sound transmission came. Xiao Jian's expression changed drastically. He trembled and loosened his grip on the reins. He rushed into the sect even faster than Yuanya. Within a few miles, the Shaojin Temple was located on the highest hill, and the highest point of the Shaojin Temple was the Great Buddha's Hall. At this moment, Xiao Jian did not care about the difference between Buddhism and Taoism. Without any scruples, he was the first to rush in. Just as Xiao Jian was making irresponsible remarks about the golden body of Buddha, Xiao Hua was activating the flying talisman and rushing towards Liao Jiang. Unfortunately, his spiritual power was lacking. He only felt that his body was heavier than a mountain. He flew slower than a snail. Not only could he not catch up with Mo Jianli, but even Xingchen looked at him strangely and flew far away. Xiao Hua was extremely depressed. There was no other way. Whether it was in his meridians or in his body, they were all blocked by the earth crystal Yao milk. This thing was very precious. The stingy Xiao Hua was not willing to waste it. He could only refine it bit by bit, either to refine his body, or to refine it into vital energy, or to refine the so-called great vital energy. All of these required time. What was particularly strange was that although the days in Longevity Town were not long, Xiao Hua had already discovered that although he did not deliberately refine the earth crystal Yao milk into vital energy, the generated vital energy still flowed into the invisible golden core. The invisible golden core was like an insatiable Pishio. It could contain as much vital energy as it wanted. It was not an ordinary bottleneck of the later stage of golden core as Xiaohua thought. Could it be that there is an 18th level golden core? This was Xiaohua's occasional thought. Of course, from the cultivation method jade slip in Xiaohua's hand and his experience in cultivating the 18th level of qi refining and foundation establishment cultivation methods, the possibility of an 18th level golden core should not be big. But where was the problem? All the cultivation methods and experiences in the past were useless. What blocked Xiaohua's path was an unknown problem. For Xiaohua, who never believed that there could be a cultivation method in this world that could reach the heavens, this was not only a challenge, but also a kind of opportunity. But now, in addition to complaining about his flying speed, Xiaohua had the kind of anger towards the water tribe. That's right, when the strange movement sounded, Xiaohua's divine sense had already seen a scene that made his eyes almost pop out of their sockets. Although the Liao River was turbulent before, it had raised many fishermen in Longevity Town. Suddenly, a wave of more than 10 zhang high suddenly rushed up. That wave was much worse than the huge waves of the West Sea or the Guihe Sea, but when it fell down, it immediately destroyed the simple dam near the Liao River, and then rushed towards the town with a speed of 1,000 li. This was an inland town that was completely defenseless. The river water only needed to wreak havoc, and everything within 3 li of the Liao River in Longevity Town turned into a swamp. Fortunately, except for the first wave, the water of the Liao River was controlled by the water tribe. It seemed to be waiting for something, and no more water came out. Only this one wave of the huge wave washed over the 3 li of the swamp, but it was already too horrible to look at. Not to mention the broken roofs floating in the water, not to mention the extremely large number of poultry corpses floating in the water, not to mention the bedding, window frames, and tables soaked in the water. Just the crying and screaming villagers running away in the water already made Xiaohua's eyes burn with anger. At this time, the amount of river water that rushed into Longevity Town could not be considered much. It probably only submerged the waist of an ordinary person. Many villagers living by the river, old and young, desperately ran away. And in the midst of the chaos, there were many casualties. The speed of the water had already slowed down, and the water level was also slowly falling. But even so, since there were poultry corpses, how could the villagers' corpses not be enough? A baby with his face down swayed along with the waves, his white buttocks facing the sky. A corner of the baby's belly was still hanging on the baby's back, and that bright red color was very dazzling. When Xiaohua saw it, that baby's corpse was precisely hit by a thick and long wooden pillar. The corpse softly sank for a moment, and then floated up again. Xiaohua's heart ached for no reason, and he used his teeth to tightly bite his lips. Around 3 li away, there was water everywhere, and the tragic scene was truly heartbreaking. But this was only a fuse. In Longevity Town 3 li away, those places that had higher terrains were now in a state of panic. First, the tremors and the sound of the water attracted the attention of hundreds of thousands of people, and then the man-devouring waves shattered the calmness and confidence of those who saw all this. They shouted as if their lives depended on it, and ran towards Longevity Town as if their lives depended on it. The news of the aquatic creatures massacring the town was like a gust of wind that blew towards Longevity Town. Everyone was in a state of panic, and it was as if a nest had exploded. People stepped on people, people squeezed people, and no one cared about anyone else. Everyone wanted to escape to a safe place before the second wave of the river water came. But it was precisely this kind of panic that before the river water came, many people's lives were already squeezed out. At this moment, Xiaohua didn't have the time to care about these things. He raised his eyes and looked into the distance. Right at the edge of Longevity Town, there was a several zhang tall water wall. Inside the water wall, there seemed to be turbulent waves, and more than 10 enormous aquatic creatures covered in pitch-black scales were also crazily baring their fangs and brandishing their claws inside the water wall. Seeing this, Xiaohua's eyes narrowed, and he hurriedly looked towards the 2 sides of the water wall. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Not only did this water wall become taller, it also stretched for an extremely long time. Even without using his divine sense to check, It was likely that this water wall covered the area of several li around Longevity Town. As long as the water wall slammed down, the Liao River's water would definitely destroy the entire Longevity Town like breaking rotten weeds. Not to mention human lives, even all the buildings would be destroyed. It was definitely a purgatory on Earth. What Xiaohua could see, the people who were slightly closer to the river could also see. This water wall was like a sharp sword hanging over their heads, and if there was a slight delay, it would fall down and take their lives. Damn it! Xiaohua cursed angrily, and a faint green light began to flicker between his eyebrows. Facing this monster that wanted to destroy the entire Longevity Town, Xiaohua definitely wouldn't show mercy. Although the water wall was controlled by the water creature and couldn't fall down for a while, the sound of the waves within was still ear-piercing, and the sound of the surging waves was louder than muffled thunder. Not only did it cover the cries and screams of the villagers who were fleeing in panic, it also blocked the voices of Xing Chen and the others who had flown to the front of the water wall to negotiate with the water creature. Xing Chen and the others flew faster than Xiaohua, and arrived here a step earlier. However, in the process of their arrival, everything had already happened. The river was several li long, and the water was fierce. Other than Xing Kong and Xing Min casually saving the two children, they couldn't do anything else. When Xing Chen and the others saw the water wall that was forming above the river, their first reaction was no longer to save the children, but to stop the water wall from forming, and to prevent the river water from crashing into Longevity Town even more fiercely. Xing Chen flew up into the sky, and after crossing the water wall that was several zhang high, he saw the waves that were several li high, and the shock in his heart was even greater than before. He had thought of many possibilities of a monster attack, including the water creatures of Liao River. However, he had never thought that the water creatures would use the water of Liao River to destroy Longevity Town directly. After all, this wasn't just the power of one or two water creatures, and it wasn't something that could be done by second or third level elemental energy. If there were so many water creatures, and they were so powerful, why would they come to destroy an insignificant Longevity Town? They could have just gone to Jishun Town, where there were many people and boats, and it was much more prosperous than Longevity Town. However, this fleeting thought just happened to appear in front of his eyes, and Xing Chen had no choice but to face it head-on. Fellow immortal Mo, Xing Chen looked at Mo Jianli, who was standing not far away from him, and smiled bitterly. I don't know how to deal with this, but I do know that I don't have the power to stop these water creatures. They are stronger than us. Chapter 32:15. That's right. Mo Jianli's eyes also flashed with a fierce light. He nodded and said, the development of the situation is beyond the expectations of the sect. I think the Yunlin Temple is the same. The waterkind are here to wipe out the entire Longevity Town. There must be something fishy going on here. But Xing Chen hesitated. Looking at the dozens of waterkind behind the water wall, he said in a low voice, Will they listen to us? They have to listen. Mo Jianli sneered. Even if I die here, I have to fight for a chance of survival for the hundreds of thousands of people in the Longevity Town. Then, Mo Jianli turned to Zhu Junfeng and said, Junfeng, hurry back to the Longevity Academy. This is an emergency. Before Mo Jianli could finish, Zhu Junfeng understood. He nodded and said, Mr. Mo, be careful. If things go wrong, go now. Mo Jianli waved his hand coldly. Zhu Junfeng didn't dare to hesitate. He hurried off with his sword light. Don't worry, fellow immortal Mo. Seeing that Mo Jianli had made up his mind, Xing Chen hurriedly shouted, Senior Xiao Hua of the Taoist school is behind us. Why don't we see what kind of magic he has? Mo Jianli bit his lips and turned to look at Xiao Hua, who was flying closer and closer. He smiled bitterly and said, Senior Xiao is powerful, but it seems that he is good at body refining. Also, as far as I know, the Taoist school mostly uses killing people. When it comes to saving people, I'm afraid it can't be compared with the Confucian school and the Buddhist school. Seeing that Xiao Hua was flying slowly, Xing Chen murmured in his heart. Xiao Hua could defeat him easily, but if he could defeat the waterkind and save people, it would be impossible. Without waiting for Xingchen to reply, Mo Jianli rushed to the water wall with his sword light flashing under his feet. Boom! Mo Jianli's sword light was blocked by the water wall. Obviously, there was a powerful restriction formation in front of the water wall. Mo Jianli opened his mouth. Whoosh! A 3-inch long flying sword rushed out and flashed across the sky like lightning. The space above the water wall was twisted, and a 10-foot-long crack appeared on the water wall from top to bottom. Whoosh! It was like a flood bursting out of a dam. The waterfall like water rushed out of the crack and flowed into the Longevity Town. Mo Jianli saw that he had made a fool of himself and was a little embarrassed. He wanted to rush through the crack, but he hesitated. He did not know what to do next. Fortunately, the invisible restriction on the left side of the crack shone brightly with blue light and gradually mended the crack from bottom to top, causing the water flow to gradually decrease. Why is that? Mo Jianli's eyes flashed. He seemed to understand something. He shouted, "Li Mo Ming, come here." Hearing his martial uncle's call, Li Mo Ming hurriedly flew over. However, before he could get close, a clear roar was heard. At the crack that had not mended yet, a 3-foot-tall, pitch-black water creature with 1-foot-long black scales appeared. This water creature had a huge fish head. Its 2 eyes, which were bigger than fists, stared at Mo Jianli without blinking. Mo Jianli looked at the huge black fish. Although he had not used the clear eye technique to check his strength, he felt a sense of oppression from the bottom of his heart. Mo Jianli immediately knew that the water creature's strength was definitely not much weaker than his. Therefore, he did not dare to be slow. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "My fellow immortal, whoosh." The black fish did not allow Mo Jianli to speak. It opened its mouth and a water blue light, which was even more powerful than the huge sword, pierced towards Mo Jianli. Clang! Mo Jianli was prepared. He reached out his hand and the flying sword landed in his hand. He gathered his essence force and hacked with all his might. Boom! With a huge sound, the blue light was dissipated by Mo Jianli's attack, but he himself was also sent flying several feet away before he finally stopped with a pale face. "Ho Ming, hurry up and ask him." Mo Jianli did not stop and immediately shouted, "Yes, martial uncle." Li Mo Ming's face was a bit pale. He hurriedly opened his mouth and made a strange sound. It seemed that he was talking to the black fish. At this time, Xiaohua had already flown over. He looked at the black fish who was talking to Li Mo Ming with an unfriendly face. Seeing Xiaohua's face, Mo Jianli hurriedly said, "Senior Xiao, don't worry. Mo Ming is good at using the Yao language. He can understand the language of the water creatures. Look at this water wall. It is condensed and not moving. This water creature of Liaojiang River seems to be waiting for something. I think we should ask him first." Who would have thought that before Mo Jianli could finish speaking with a wung sound, the black fish demon spat out another ray of light, piercing towards Li Mo Ming with incomparable speed. Looking at the withered yellow eyes of the black fish demon, there was actually a kind of impatience and disdain. Clang! Li Mo Ming was already on guard. He hurriedly swung his flying sword. However, he was far weaker than Mo Jianli. As soon as he touched the light, the flying sword was immediately shattered. The black fish's light did not stop at all. It quickly pierced towards Li Mo Ming's chest. Seeing that Li Mo Ming was about to die under this light, Xiaohua did not have enough spiritual power at this time. His eyes were burning with anger, but there was nothing he could do. Woo! At this critical moment, Li Mo Ming's chest swelled. He opened his mouth and spat out a red stream from his mouth. Boom! It hit the light, and he took the opportunity to retreat quickly. The red stream blocked 70% of the light, but there was still 30% that rushed out of the red stream. However, this 30% only cut off half of Li Mo Ming's hair. It did not kill Li Mo Ming. Li Mo Ming might have been scared, or maybe it was because the red stream consumed too much of his spiritual power. Li Mo Ming's originally pale face did not have a trace of blood. It was difficult for him to even stand still in the air. Without waiting for Mo Jianli's order, Ji Dong immediately flew over and supported Li Mo Ming. Roar! The black fish was furious again. Its body swayed, and a huge wave rose to the sky. Gotcha? Without waiting for the black fish to make another move, Xiaohua's forehead glowed green. A ball of green light rushed into the sky. Following the appearance of this green light in the sky above Liaojiang River, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The appearance of the lightning was extremely strange and extremely fast. The black fish had just noticed it when a thumb-sized heavenly lightning struck down. Zalala. The heavenly lightning was like a burning red spear. It directly pierced through the black fish's body. Those 1-foot-long scales were instantly pierced through. A wave of roasted fish fragrance came from the black fish's body. Roar! The black fish felt the pain and his body shook. With a roar, he spat out a fist-sized pearl. The pearl flew out, bringing with it a wave of water, and rushed straight into the sky. His body slid and fell into the waves. He actually wanted to escape. The pearl brought with it a wave of water, like a water dragon coming out of the sea, and welcomed the rain like lightning. Gotcha! Another few loud sounds. Not only was the pearl smashed into pieces, even the black fish was hit by the heavenly lightning again. The strangeness of this heavenly lightning was definitely out of the black fish's expectations. It could actually pass through the river water and directly hit his body. This time, the black fish was not as lucky as the last time. The heavenly lightning struck his chest. Several streams of black blood gushed out. The black fish's body flapped a few times. It was no different from an ordinary black fish. His belly turned white, and he floated to the surface of the Liao River. Mo Jianli was shocked. Xiaohua's attack was too cruel and too fast. He did not even have the chance to warn Xiaohua before the black fish was killed by Xiaohua. Not only that, but Xiaohua's lightning and thunder technique had a range of 1 mile. Other than the black fish, the other aquatic creatures were also killed or injured. Therefore, Mo Jianli said anxiously, "See, Senior Xiao, don't kill like this first. What? Things have come to this? Do you still want to get information from these aquatic creatures?" Xiaohua looked at the blood on the river and said coldly. Mo Jianli bit his lips and nodded. "I know that Senior Xiao is powerful. Senior Xiao, unless you can kill all these aquatic creatures. Otherwise, the danger of Longevity Town's destruction will never pass. The lives of hundreds of thousands of people in Longevity Town will not be saved. If Senior Xiao only wants to defeat Little Gold Temple, then I will ask Xingchen to admit defeat." "Ha, Mo Jianli." Xiaohua laughed and pointed his finger. "Are you afraid that I will anger the aquatic creatures and they will pour the river water into Longevity Town? Are you trying to find out the purpose of flooding Longevity Town from the water tribe?" "That's right." Mo Jianli nodded. "Senior Xiao, even if you can kill all the aquatic creatures, they only need to release the water wall. The lives of hundreds of thousands of people will disappear in an instant. Senior Xiao, you are happy. You can leave, but what about the students of Longevity College and the monks of Little Gold Temple? You are too careful." Xiaohua shook his head. "Besides, I didn't kill the aquatic creatures in front of Monk Xingchen just to defeat Little Gold Temple as you think. Didn't you see? You asked Li Mo Ming to talk to the aquatic creatures, but they ignored him. If you don't beat them until they feel pain, they won't talk. Besides, looking at the situation, even if I don't do anything, they won't let the lives of the hundreds of thousands of people in Longevity Town go. Since that's the case, why can't I take their lives with me? Don't worry. If the hundreds of thousands of people in Longevity Town die, I will kill all the aquatic creatures in Liao River." Mo Jianli naturally knew that Xiaohua's words were reasonable. Without strength, one had no right to speak. However, he was still afraid of angering the aquatic creatures. Just as he was about to defend himself, several powerful elemental thoughts swept out from Liao River. The entire Liao River became even more turbulent. When the elemental thoughts swept past Mo Jianli, he was so scared that he couldn't close his mouth. In a voice of disbelief, he moaned, "Aquatic creatures with elemental power beyond second level. How could they appear here?" Of course, the elemental thoughts of the aquatic creatures were much more powerful than Mo Jianli. He couldn't judge the strength of the aquatic creatures at all. Besides, there was more than one of them. How could he not be scared? Not to mention Mo Jianli, even Xiao Hua's face turned pale when he saw the spirit power of the spirit creature, which was similar to his spirit power, sweep across the area. Then, hundreds of enormous water-kind creatures came out of the water in a radius of tens of miles. Chapter 32:16. These weren't ordinary water creatures. The black fish spirit from before had already shocked Xiao Hua, but in front of these water creatures, the black fish spirit was like a child. These aquatic creatures were several hundred feet tall, and the scales on their bodies were comparable to millstones. Blackfish demons did not have many teeth in their mouths, but these aquatic creatures had fangs that were more than a foot long. What was special was that their mouths were extremely wide, and the 2 rows of fangs were completely exposed. The white color of their fangs was tinged with a bloody light, and they were extremely bloodthirsty. After these water creatures floated up, the wall of water suddenly increased by 10 feet and the waves became even more turbulent. Xiao Hua sneered. Since we can't avoid it, then let's kill a few more first. Then, another dark green brilliance appeared and the lightning that had just subsided appeared again. One after another, the heavenly lightning bolts were like vigorous swimming dragons, roaring in the air as they pounced towards the hundreds of water creatures. Woo! Roars and whimpers rose one after another, as if all the water creatures knew that danger was coming. Following the roars, pillars of water sprayed out from the water creatures' mouths. These pillars of water seemed to be light, but also like river water, azure blue in color. When the pillars of water reached about 10 feet in the air, they fell back down with a hua sound. The moment they fell, each pillar of water blossomed with a chrysanthemum-like brilliance. This brilliance quickly extended like a huge tentacle, fusing together upon contact. In the blink of an eye, a layer of azure blue water appeared under the heavenly lightning. Rumble! Hundreds of lightning bolts fell at the right time, smashing onto this brilliance. The layer of water was smashed down by more than half a foot, and the lightning bolts violently swam above the brilliance, melting countless brilliance in the lightning. However, in just a moment, the lightning bolts actually disappeared in the water. These water creatures probably have the strength of a third-level origin energy. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed, his heart trembling. He understood that today's situation was not good. Although the Soul Cultivator's lightning and thunder technique is mysterious and can create something out of nothing, but its power is still too weak. It can't compare to the Dao Sect's lightning drawing technique. Although Xiao Hua's heart was filled with regret, his movements were still not slow. A green light flashed between his eyebrows again, and a dozen bolts of heavenly lightning were born from the water. Boom! This time, Xiao Hua had learned his lesson. He did not launch a large-scale attack, but instead, a dozen lightning bolts poured down on a huge aquatic creature's body. After a series of thunderous rumbles, the huge body of the aquatic creature trembled violently and sank to the bottom of the water. Even if he wasn't killed by Xiao Hua's sneak attack, it seemed like he had lost more than half of his life. Elder. Mo Jianli was not only shocked by the power of the water kind, he was also shocked by Xiao Hua's mysterious lightning controlling spell. His impression of Xiao Hua changed again, but he still begged, "You have already hurt them. Why don't we let Mo Ming go and ask?" If what? Xiao Hua frowned and turned around to look at the 100,000 innocent villagers of the immortal town who were running for their lives even though they had already sensed the danger. He shook his head and said, "Is there any room for negotiation in such a situation? Even if there is room for negotiation, what about this Xiao's grudge with the water kind?" The current Xiao Hua was no longer as indecisive as he was in the Xiaoyu continent. After the baptism of blood, the test of life and death, he gradually revealed his ferociousness. Towards some specious matters, he had completely made his own decision. Elder Xiao. Mo Jianli smiled bitterly. This junior came to the immortal town to save these 100,000 villagers. Seeing that there is a glimmer of hope, how can this junior not try? Elder's grudge with the water kind is for the sake of the villagers of the immortal town. This junior is not talented, but I am willing to bear this grudge with Elder. Even if this junior dies in the hands of the water kind, I am willing. Can you do it? Xiaohua smiled faintly. Although death is easy, there is no value in dying. What's the use of you dying? This junior knows that he is incompetent. His cultivation is only a fraction of elders. Mo Jianli said sternly, Elder will not believe this junior's words. Of course, this junior can also use my Chongyun sect's name to bear this grudge for Elder, but this junior can clearly tell Elder. This time, the Chongyun sect did not pay enough attention to the disaster of the immortal town. This junior does not dare to use the sect's name to vouch for Elder. Moreover, this disaster of the immortal town should be handled by the government of the country of Shi. Elder has seen for himself, the power of the government here is really weak. Forget it. Xiaohua saw that Mo Jianli was clear, and waved his hand. Fellow immortal Mo, there is no need to say any more. This Xiao does not mind. I just want to kill as many people as I can before the disaster of the immortal town arrives. Use their lives as a sacrifice to the dead. Fellow immortal Xingqian, come quickly. Hearing this, Mo Jianli hurriedly waved his hand. Not far away, Xingqian and the others were also stunned. However, their cultivation was also low, so they could not help. Now that they heard Mo Jianli's call, they immediately flew over. Elder Xiao, fellow immortal Mo? Xingqian hurriedly asked, do you have a plan? Mo Jianli looked at the messy, huge sea beasts on the water wall and said in a low voice, we do not have a plan yet. Right now, we want to find out why these sea beasts are attacking the immortal town. Elder Xiao will take charge of the situation here and intimidate the sea beasts. We will escort Li Moming over and work together with the sea beasts. Okay. At this point, Xingqian did not remember the bet he made with Xiaohua. He hurriedly said, we will do as you say. Seeing Xiaohua nodding silently and frowning at the hundreds of sea beasts, Mo Jianli did not know what he was thinking, or whether he was choosing the next target to attack. Mo Jianli hurriedly led the group to the water wall. Kacha! Another clap of thunder sounded, and it hit the water wall in front of Mo Jianli and the others. A hole about 3 meters wide appeared on top of the water wall, and this hole was surrounded by lightning. On one hand, it prevented the seal from healing, and on the other hand, it prevented the hole from growing bigger. Mo Jianli and the others did not dare to rush through the seal. They only protected Li Mo Ming at the hole and shouted some strange syllables into the water wall. The 3 continents are really messy. Xiaohua was speechless. There are Confucian cultivators, Buddhist sects, and even the demon race. There is even the Dragon Palace. Their languages are all different. It is so troublesome to speak. If I have time later, I will ask Li Mo Ming to learn the language of the sea beasts. Oh, why are the sea beasts not moving? And there are no sea beasts coming to deal with them? Could it be that the host has not come out yet? While Xiaohua was puzzled, the turbulent water surface of the Liao River suddenly calmed down. The hundreds of huge sea beasts flew out of the water. Under the scorching sun, there were only shadows and specks of golden light on the surface of the river. Xiaohua almost rubbed his eyes to see if he was dreaming. Of course, it was only for a moment. Gurgle gurgle. With a loud sound, tens of thousands of bubbles rushed out of the river like boiling water. In an instant, they covered a dozen miles of the river surface. Then, a group of soldiers dressed in armor, holding bright weapons, and even carrying banners surged out of the river. This time, Xiaohua really wanted to raise his hand to rub his eyes. He muttered, damn it, I am seeing ghosts. Of course, when had Xiaohua ever seen such a scene on the Xiaoyu continent? Xiaohua was extremely curious. With a sweep of his divine sense, he saw clearly that this group was made up of hundreds or even thousands of sea beasts. There were fish and prawns, birds and crabs. There were also a few strange sea beasts that Xiaohua had never seen before. However, these sea beasts were not in human form. They were 2 to 3 times bigger than a normal person. They were not holding weapons with their hands, but claws or pincers. These sea beasts were also wearing strange armor. There were some red rust on the armor and some seaweed. This armor seemed to be protecting the sea beasts and hiding their cultivation. Xiaohua could not see through their strength for a moment. However, looking at the intelligent eyes of these sea beasts, Xiaohua knew that these sea beasts were definitely stronger than normal cultivators. Xiaohua had just finished looking when he heard a loud sound from the group. The body of the giant sea beast that Xiaohua had just shot down slowly appeared on the surface of the river. The body of the sea beast trembled slightly. Obviously, it did not die. However, the lightning had not dissipated, so it could not move freely. After the body of the sea beast came out of the water, it did not stop. It continued to rise. Then, Xiaohua saw a long and thin arm appear under the body of the sea beast. See! Xiaohua took a deep breath. He understood that the sea beast that was about to come out should be the person in charge of the array. Moreover, seeing that this sea beast could lift the giant sea beast with one hand, its strength must be ridiculously strong. Under the gaze of Xiaohua, Mo Jianli and the others, another shocking scene appeared under the long and thin arm. Xiaohua originally thought that this arm belonged to a strange sea beast. He would not be surprised if it was a fish. However, what appeared in the end was actually a 3-chi-long midget. Moreover, this midget was human. Not only did it have 4 limbs, it also had facial features. The funniest thing was that this midget was riding on a giant seahorse. Looking at the incomparably huge sea beast on the midget, and then looking at the incomparably huge seahorse below the midget, Xiaohua almost fell down from the sky laughing. Mo Jianli and the others were different from Xiaohua. They didn't even have time to laugh, because the dwarf's gaze swept across them. His cold, steel-like primordial spirit swept across them. They shuddered, and a feeling of being in an ice cave involuntarily rose from their hearts and bodies. Liamo Ming, who was shouting just now, opened his mouth. He did not dare to make any sound. It was as if he attracted the attention of this midget, he would be killed by this midget's gaze. Chapter 32:17. Of course, when the midget's gaze landed on Xiaohua, Xiaohua's smile also froze on his face. Moreover, this smile appeared extremely awkward. A kind of seriousness emerged from Xiaohua's smile like a seed bursting out of the ground, instantly blooming on Xiaohua's face. Damn it! This guy is probably at the 4th grade of origin energy, right? Xiaohua had no way of knowing the exact cultivation of this midget, but from this aura, he was absolutely shocked. Looking at this formation, Xiaohua couldn't help but be puzzled. 103rd grade origin energy subordinates, and this 4th grade origin energy person in charge of the formation, they don't even need some bullshit Liao River's water to destroy the entire longevity town. Why did they take off their pants to fart? Could it be this longevity town is hiding some secret? Did I block a disaster for them? Woo! That midget waved his hand, easily throwing the giant sea beast to the side. A few sea beasts immediately caught it. Immediately after, the midget loudly shouted a few times. Ooh! The entire Liao River was surging with wind and clouds as hundreds of hurricanes were born. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth rushed toward the surface of the river. Then, a blue light flashed repeatedly on the surface of the river. The hundreds of huge sea beasts transformed into 3 zhang tall giants one by one. However, although these giants had armor on their bodies and looked incomparably brave, their eyes were not as shrewd as the sea beasts from before. G. That midget casually ordered a few more times. Those 100 burly men roared in unison, then scattered towards the edge of the water wall. At the same time, the hundreds of people in the team also waved their banners, and even the sound of war drums could be heard, as if they were eager to give it a try. Senior Xiao. That Li Mo Ming was very anxious. Without even reporting to Mo Jianli, he hurriedly shouted, "These sea beasts are going to activate the restriction and flood the longevity town. What are they going to do? Why do they want to flood the longevity town?" When Xiaohua heard, he was also very anxious. He didn't dare to be negligent, and without thinking, his figure flew up and rushed towards the flaw of the restriction. This time, Xiaohua understood. He coldly snorted like a human. He saw the dwarf raise his head and casually wave his hand. A blue brilliance appeared on the surface of the water and rushed towards him. It looked like a very ordinary radiance. Xiao Hua scanned it with his divine sense and his face was filled with shock. Without thinking, he waved his hand and similarly threw out a dozen fireball talismans. Rumble. Sure enough, every trace of that blue brilliance contained an enormous amount of power. As soon as it came into contact with Xiao Hua's fireball talisman, it immediately exploded, and the air within a radius of several tens of meters surged. Mo Jianli and the others naturally could not stay in the vicinity. They hurriedly dodged. As for Xiao Hua, he was also blocked outside the restrictive spell. Chirp 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 chirp. Seeing Xiao Hua block his brilliance, the dwarf unconsciously raised his eyebrows and cried out, "I don't understand. Don't just blabber." Xiao Hua sneered and raised his voice to speak to the pygmy chicken and duck. "Senior." Li Mo Ming was brought over from afar by Mo Jianli. He shouted, "He's asking you if you killed his subordinates." "Oh, answer him." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "If he wants revenge, then come at me. However, I still have to ask him who they are." "Oh, what kind of water clan are they? Why did they use so much strength to flood Longevity Town?" Yes. If it was any other question, Li Mo Ming would naturally have answered. However, this involved killing. If he was not careful, it would bring disaster to Xiao Hua. Li Mo Ming did not dare to be careless. He could only ask Xiao Hua first. Now that he received Xiao Hua's permission, he immediately shouted. Sure enough, this time, the dwarf spoke. However, looking at Li Mo Ming's helpless expression, Xiao Hua somewhat understood. These water clan were definitely not the brainless trash that he thought. It was not difficult for him to show a bit of sincerity. They would not answer honestly. Sure enough, Li Mo Ming said awkwardly, "Senior, this person only said he took your head, then he will answer." "Then let him come and take it?" Xiao Hua waved his hand without hesitation. "As long as he has the ability, let him come." Yes, Li Mo Ming really admired Xiao Hua to the point of prostrating himself in admiration. This kind of courage was definitely something he couldn't reach. That dwarf seemed to be somewhat impatient. He casually dealt with Li Mo Ming while commanding his own team. "Senior." Li Mo Ming smiled and said, "That person asked you to send your head over yourself." "Okay, I will go over now." Xiao Hua nodded. "You all, if you can't, then leave early. From the looks of it, these water clan do not intend to keep you all. If Senior does not leave, then we will not leave either." Mo Jianli replied indifferently. He turned and said, "Mo Ming, you all leave. We have already done our best." Xing Chen was somewhat unwilling. He turned and looked at the chaotic Longevity Town. His gaze seemed to be somewhat expectant. He then said, "This monk will also accompany Senior Xiao." "Ha, good." Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out the heaven-leveling staff again. He laughed and said, "Let me see what kind of methods these water clan have." "Senior?" Li Mo Ming suddenly said, "Junior just vaguely heard something. They seem to be looking for someone." "Looking for someone?" Xiao Hua was stunned. He stopped and said, "They need to flood Longevity Town to find someone?" Xiao Hua asked back. Li Mo Ming's face turned red. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Senior, disciple only vaguely heard it. I am not sure. And if you don't leave, then slowly listen." Xiao Hua nodded. "I will go and meet this person. However, you all wait. Sai, if you can leave, then leave. I am afraid that I am unable to protect you all now. Moreover, if you all leave, you can save one or two people." After speaking, Xiao Hua no longer paid attention to them. He activated his flying talisman and rushed into the water wall's restriction. Seeing Xiao Hua enter, that dwarf sneered and did not stop him. "You brat." Once Xiao Hua rushed into the water wall, he did not say anything. He waved his hand and the heaven-leveling staff was raised. With a roar, it flew towards the dwarf. Hee. The dwarf seemed to not have expected Xiao Hua to come so quickly. He had not finished arranging some orders. However, he did not seem to care. He sneered and clapped his hand. Similarly, a halberd-like weapon appeared out of nowhere. At the same time, his figure flew up from the seahorse. He stepped on a water-like cloud and met Xiaohua head-on. The first time was always a test, so Xiaohua didn't dodge. He was extremely confident in his own heaven-leveling rod and strength. Boom! An intense rumbling sound suddenly rang out. Not only did it deafen everyone's ears, even the water of the Liao River, which was originally surging violently, was set off by violent waves. At the same time, one of the two figures that were charging at each other was actually sent flying. What made Xing Chen and the other's eyeballs almost fall out was that the figure that was sent flying was Xiaohua, and not that 3-feet-tall dwarf. Xiaohua, who had the strength of 10,000 caddies and the heaven-leveling staff was extremely heavy, was actually not a match for this dwarf. Damn it! Is he still human? Xiaohua himself was also shaken to the point of dizziness. His arms were sore and numb. He was practically shaking his heavy head as he thought in disbelief. This Xiao was really wrong. This guy. I'm afraid he's not human. Xiaohua suddenly realized. He should also be a member of the Water Clan. Moreover, he should be a transformed Water Clan. Senior, be careful. Mo Jianli's voice was extremely anxious. Xiaohua was startled when he heard it. He quickly scanned with his divine sense. Sure enough, that dwarf had turned into a water-like light again. He quickly passed through the waves of water. In a few breaths, he had already arrived near Xiaohua. This kind of battle tactic was previously used by Xiaohua to kill other cultivators. Now, the Water Clan was using it to deal with Xiaohua. How could Xiaohua not know the strength of this dwarf? However, he could only clench his teeth and wave the heaven-leveling staff again. He activated the flying talisman to stabilize his body and began to fight with this dwarf. Fortunately, Xiaohua's ethereal steps did not require too much transcendence energy. That heaven-leveling staff technique was also very mysterious. Even if his strength was not as strong as that dwarf, he could still hold on for a few rounds. As the dwarf and Xiaohua fought to a draw, the Water Clan above Liao River had already begun to move. First, hundreds of giant Water Clan transformed into burly men and lined up behind the water wall, covering a range of several dozen li. Then, these Water Clans spat out demonic chi from their mouths, which gradually melted into the restriction. The water wall began to leak out. The water wall within several dozen li was even more turbulent than a flood that broke through a dam. It surged towards Longevity Town. Xiaohua looked at this water wall. He was really furious in his heart. He wished he could beat this dwarf into meat paste with his staff. Since his heart was sluggish, Xiaohua could not avoid being found a flaw by the dwarf. The sky piercer swept over, forcing Xiaohua to raise his staff to meet it. Boom! Another loud sound rang out. Xiaohua's figure was smashed into the water. Ha! That dwarf seemed to be extremely happy. He did not chase after Xiaohua and only loudly ordered his subordinates. Those fish, prawns and other creatures that were waving banners actually crossed the water wall and flew towards Longevity Town. Stop! Mo Jianli, who had been enduring all this time, could no longer bear it. He waved his hand and took out a book from his chest. He angrily said, I am Chongyun Sek's Mo Jianli. This Longevity Town is where my Longevity Academy is located. If you all take even half a step, this Mo will not be polite anymore. Unfortunately, even though Li Mo Ming was at the side speaking, those prawn soldiers and crab generals did not care at all. Forget it. Mo Jianli angrily roared. The book in his hand rushed into the air. Then he pointed his finger. A ray of sword light hit the book. Ugh. A gust of wind rolled up. That book slowly opened in the air. Inscriptions on armor flew out from the book and hit the prawn soldiers and crab generals like hailstones. Accompanying these inscriptions was an indescribable spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Boom, boom, boom. A series of sounds rang out. Dozens of prawn soldiers and crab generals flashed with blue water light. Cracks appeared on their bodies. Ka! A crisp sound rang out. Several water pillars that were thicker than buckets rushed from Liao Zhang's side and hit the book. The book closed with a schwa sound and fell from the air. Pooh! Mo Jianli spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression was dispirited. He hurriedly caught the book. Chapter 32:18. Wu. With a loud sound, a water column soared into the sky. At the top of the water column, Xiaohua rushed out of the river with an angry expression. He looked at Imo gently and shouted, "Fellow Taoist Imo, you should hurry and save the villagers before these fishes and shrimps." Without waiting for Imo gently to speak, he roared again, "Fight with me for another 300 rounds." As he spoke, he waved the heaven-leveling staff again. Unexpectedly, he didn't dodge at all and directly smashed towards the dwarf. Roar! That dwarf also roared. He waved his hand, indicating for his subordinates to disperse. He himself also waved the sky piercer and flew towards Xiaohua. Boom, boom, boom. After several consecutive head-on clashes, Xiaohua was sent flying every time. However, every time, Xiaohua would fly back bravely. This made the dwarf a little dumbfounded. He couldn't help but feel a trace of respect in his heart. In his impression, this kind of brave general who didn't care about his life seemed to be really rare. Unfortunately, this dwarf still overestimated the stingy Xiaohua. At this moment, Xiaohua was laughing loudly in his heart. Damn it, I spent a lot of effort to refine the earth crystal Yao milk in my body, but the results weren't good. I didn't expect that every time I hit it, the earth crystal Yao milk in my body would be shaken loose. Refining it would be much easier. Looks like I have to let this guy hit me a few more times. If this sky piercer hits my body, wouldn't the results be better? However, looking at the glittering sky piercer, Xiaohua didn't dare to test it with his life. Boom! Like a dam bursting, the water wall finally collapsed completely. The entire Liao River's water suddenly poured into Longevity Town. The scene was comparable to the heavenly river falling into the mortal world. "I'll beat you to death, you monster." When Xiaohua heard this, he thought of the pitiful little floating corpse in the water. His eyes turned red. This was hundreds of thousands of lives. They were going to die in the water just like that. Xiaohua roared and attacked the dwarf. He was powerless to save these mortals. He could only use his own strength to kill this dwarf. With this attack, all the distracting thoughts from before disappeared. Boom! Although Xiaohua's anger soared to the sky, his strength was still much weaker than the dwarf. In the end, ideals and hatred couldn't replace cultivation. He was still sent flying. When Xiaohua was sent flying, a green light flashed between his eyebrows. G. Seeing Xiaohua being sent flying again, the dwarf shouted loudly. Then he pointed at the water wall, and then at Li Mo Ming. Mo Jianli and the others had already left to save the mortals in the village. Li Mo Ming was still guarding the place. Beside Li Mo Ming, Xing Chen and the other 3 monks did not leave. They took out their alms bowls, which emitted Buddhist light and covered the river water. The river water was attracted by the Buddhist light and was sucked into the alms bowls. "Senior." Li Mo's voice was heard. "The water tribe said that they saw you risking your life. They said that their purpose was to come to the Longevity Town to find their princess. Their princess ended up in Longevity Town. She used to have some aura, but now she's gone." "Princess?" Xiaohua sneered. "Why are they looking for the princess? Could it be that their princess needs to rely on water to distinguish?" "Oh, I understand now." Xiaohua suddenly slapped his forehead and shouted in his heart, "Is she the little sister that Louis took in? The one called Xiao Yun? I seem to have put a yellow talisman on her." Thinking of this, Xiaohua hurriedly wanted to use the flying talisman to return to the River Tide Temple. However, right now, the wall of water was even more majestic than the peak of the flood. Even if Xiaohua went back and found Xiao Yun, he was afraid that the entire Longevity Town would have been completely submerged by the river, right? When Xiaohua saw the alms bowls of Xing Chen and the others, his eyes lit up and he shouted, "Li Mo Ming, quickly go to the River Tide Temple. The princess they're looking for is there, the girl in the wooden barrel." "Ah!" Li Mo Ming was shocked, then he became ecstatic and shouted at the dwarf. Unfortunately, the dwarf did not pay attention to him and only stared at Xiaohua like a tiger watching its prey. Li Mo Ming looked at the flood that had already passed 3 li. How could he dare to be negligent? He hurriedly urged his sword to fly towards the River Tide Temple. Although the River Tide Temple was beside the Liao River, it was still several li away from this location. Fight! Xiaohua's eyes turned. He raised the heaven-leveling staff and charged at the dwarf again. The dwarf was naturally not afraid. The heaven-leveling staff and the sky piercer collided again, but this time it seemed to be different. When Xiaohua touched the sky piercer, his figure immediately flew back and rushed into the river water, disappearing in an instant. Oh! The dwarf was stunned, but he did not care. He swept with his origin will and looked in the direction of the Longevity Town. Amitba! A loud and clear Buddhist chant came from another direction, and then a simple Buddhist sense swept out, martial ancestor. When Xingchen sensed this Buddhist sense, his tears were about to fall. He persevered for so long, looking forward to the stars and the moon. Wasn't it because he was still hoping for a fluke in his heart, waiting for this Buddhist sect expert to appear for a fleeting moment in the morning? However, when Xingchen looked in the direction of the voice, he was stunned again. He saw a cultivator wearing strange clothes, holding a small bottle in his hand, flying over from the waves. It was not the monk wearing a kasaya he expected. This person's face is so familiar. Xingchen was bewildered. He looked at Xiaohua's changed face and thought very strangely, but where has disciple seen this martial ancestor before? Ever since Xiaohua sent the Buddha Saraira into his Naiwan palace, his telekinesis could freely form Buddhist seals in his hands. He no longer had to use his hands to disguise himself and activate the Buddha Saraira outside his Naiwan palace. At this time, after changing his face, he immediately took out the water bottle from the Buddha Saraira in his Naiwan palace and held it in his right palm. That water bottle still had the willow branch inserted into it. My Buddha is merciful, excellent, excellent. Xiaohua raised his left hand and chanted the name of Buddha. Then, with a wave of his hand, the water bottle emitted a faint Buddhist light and rushed into the air. At the same time, Xiaohua's hands formed seals. One after another, Buddhist seals rushed out of his palm and landed on the water bottle. Gg. That dwarf was extremely puzzled. He looked at the direction Xiaohua disappeared in and then looked at the familiar Xiaohua. He scratched his head in bewilderment and opened his mouth to shout. Unfortunately, Liamo was not here at this time. No one knew what he was saying. Woo! A gust of wind came out of the water bottle. This gust of wind, under the control of Xiaohua's Buddhist sense, immediately covered a radius of several dozen li. Withdraw! Xiaohua's tongue was like spring thunder. His hands slowly formed Buddhist seals and slowly hit the water bottle. A huge suction force came out along with the gust of wind. Like a huge tentacle, it covered the river water within several dozen li. Then, with a strong grab, all of the river water rushed toward the water bottle with this force. Thump, 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 thump. A burst of drum-like sounds came out from Xiaohua's Naiwan palace. The Buddha Saraira in the Linglong Pagoda started to vibrate rapidly, as if it was a heartbeat. After that, it started to shrink rapidly, and the Buddha aura around it also became abnormally dim. Clearly, Xiaohua's telekinesis was not enough to completely unleash the power of the water bottle. Even the Buddha Saraira was somewhat damaged. But fortunately, the Buddha Saraira's Buddhist light dimmed. The exquisite pagoda emitted a myriad of scattered lights that slowly fell on the Buddha Saraira. The Buddha Saraira sent out a faint Buddhist sense, and the Buddhist fire also sent out a continuous stream of telekinesis. Amitba, disciple Xingchen of the Yunlin Temple greets Grandmaster. Xingchen chanted the name of Buddha. He actually knelt down in the air and said loudly, "Disciple represents the 160,000 people of Longevity Town to thank Grandmaster for his great kindness." Amitba, disciple thanks Grandmaster for his great kindness. Xing Kong and the rest also chanted the name of Buddha and knelt down in the air. The four people's voices were extremely loud, like thunder in the sky. It directly shook the ears of everyone within several li looking at that posture. It was as if they used all of their cultivation on this lion roar. They were afraid that the people of Longevity Town would not be able to hear it. The Buddhist sect's divine ability was indeed impressive. When the lion's roar landed in their ears, everyone who panicked and lost their sense of propriety calmed down for a moment. It was also at this moment that they saw from high up in the sky, Xiaohua's solemn and dignified expression, that shocking scene. The river water that was enough to engulf the entire Longevity Town was like a sparkling trapped dragon that was captured by Xiaohua's compassionate eyes and obediently kept into that ordinary-looking small bottle in front of him. Inside the small bottle, the willow branch was calm. The green on the willow branch made people feel like they were reborn. Ba. An old man knelt down on the ground and kowtowed toward Xiaohua. 2, 3, 10, dozens, hundreds of villagers all knelt down. Moreover, this kind of piety was like a kind of wind, rapidly blowing from Longevity Town to every corner. Thousands, tens of thousands, these people who were originally at the end of their rope in despair, when they saw a chance of survival, which one of them did not have a kind of absolute trust. Which one of them did not offer their purest piety to this great divine ability in front of them? Which one of them did not place their hopes of survival on this brave person who bravely stepped forward? Woo! A sound like a dragon's roar sounded. The suction force of the clear water bottles suddenly doubled. The river water that had already rushed out for several li was suddenly sucked back into the clear water bottle. See. How could Xiaohua's telekinesis be so powerful? However, the telekinesis of tens of thousands of people, the power of faith of hundreds of thousands of people was enough to ignite the Buddhist fire in Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira. It was enough to double the telekinesis of Xiaohua's Buddha seal. Ggg. Seeing Xiaohua take out a Buddhist artifact, the dwarf seemed to have understood something. His face became solemn, and he waved his hand, putting away the sky piercer. Then he shouted a few words in a loud and solemn voice. He grabbed downwards with his hand, and a blue brilliance fell towards the river water below his feet. The moment it touched the river water, it immediately rippled, and in an instant, it extended for dozens of li. Roar! The dwarf roared loudly. He raised his hand, as if he was lifting a heavy object. The water of Liao River suddenly rose by more than 10 zhang. Chapter 32:19. Ka. The dwarf let out a strange cry again. The brilliance around his body flashed rapidly, and a water dragon that was even larger than the water dragon on Xiaohua's clear water bottle pounced out from the dwarf's hands, charging towards the clear water bottle. Motherfucker, I won't make a fool of myself, right? How could Xiaohua not know that his disguise had been seen through by this midget? He was afraid that this midget would think that he wanted to compete with him in terms of divine abilities. That was why he put away his sky piercer and wanted to use the water from Liao River to break his water bottle to compete with him. However, Xiaohua had previously used the clear water bottle to collect innate true water, but he didn't collect so much river water. At that time, collecting innate true water was as easy as lifting one's hand. This river water had already reached Xiaohua's limit, and with the addition of the dwarf's river water, how could Xiaohua withstand it? However, if Xiaohua didn't accept the dwarf's challenge, this river water would probably be even more powerful than the previous river water, right? Looking at the people of Longevity Town kneeling on the ground and the faint power of faith, Xiaohua sighed, Ba, if there is a netherworld, I will go first. If there is bliss, I will go last. If I don't save the people, I will waste my time. If there is a disaster today, I will bear it. If I don't enter the sea of bitterness, who will? Just as Xiaohua's voice fell, the huge river water rushed down majestically, smashing onto Xiaohua's Buddhist consciousness. That Buddhist consciousness was originally invisible, but now that he was controlling the clear water bottle, it was one with the Buddhist light. Under the impact of the river water, Xiaohua's Buddhist consciousness was severely injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood essence, which landed on the clear water bottle. Xiaohua's body trembled, and the Buddhist light around him swayed at the same time, like a dim light that was about to be extinguished in the wind at any time. Ba, Buddha is merciful. Xing Chen, Xing Kong, Xing Min, and Xing Fan were shocked. They hurriedly urged their psychokinesis, throwing out 4 alms bowls, which landed around Xiaohua's body. As they chanted, the weak Buddhist light rushed into Xiaohua's body. Merciful Buddha, save the Buddhist sect in distress. Seeing the imminent danger, the hundreds of thousands of people in the longevity town who had already prostrated themselves were all anxious. They chanted the name of Buddha and kowtowed to the ground. Forget it. Xiaohua saw that the Buddhist light of his Buddha Sarira was somewhat dim and the power of thought he sent out was already weak. He couldn't help but sigh and make a decision in his heart. Why is this Xiao so unlucky? Dao sect's cultivation has yet to recover. Now, only the 4th grade Buddha relic is intact. Just now, I revealed my Buddhist cultivation and the clear water bottle could not control it. Today, I can only abandon this Buddha relic and use this relic to exchange for karma to see if it can support the clear water bottle. Since he had made his decision, Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira came out of the exquisite pagoda. Just as the Sarira rushed out of his Naiwan palace, a loud and clear sound suddenly resounded in the heaven and earth. Bursts of Sanskrit chants came out as heavenly flowers sprinkled down one after another. One after another, beautiful heavenly maidens danced in the void. Namo Guan Yin Bodhisattva. Namo Buddha. Nan couldn't. It was because of the Buddha. Fate with Buddha. Buddhism and Dharma were interrelated. I am always happy and quiet. I read Guan Yin Bodhisattva in the morning. I read Guan Yin Bodhisattva in the evening. Thoughts arise from the heart. Chanting Buddha without leaving one's heart. Tian Luotian. Deluotian. Separation is difficult. Difficult to leave. All calamities turn to dust. Namo Maha Prajna Pramitha. Every word and sentence was like a murmuring stream that fell into everyone's ears along with the Sanskrit chants. Namo Guan Yin Bodhisattva. Everyone was enlightened and chanted along with the Sanskrit chants. Strands of thought power turned into gossamer threads and rushed into Xiaohua's Buddha relic. The Buddha relic that was already preparing to melt gradually gave off a Buddhist light. Chirp chirp. In the distance, when the dwarf saw this, hesitation appeared on his face. He looked at the clear water bottle that seemed like it could hold all rivers in the sea. Although the item's Buddhist light was still trembling, under the clear water bottle, Xiaohua's hands that were forming seals had already stabilized. The faint Buddhist light seemed to flicker eternally. Although Xiaohua's compassionate eyes didn't look at him, when his gaze swept past, it seemed like those eyes could see through him. In the instant the dwarf hesitated, a strange roar that seemed to come from some inexplicable source came from the Sanskrit chants. The heavenly maiden who had just said that she was bare-handed and barefooted suddenly turned into a myriad of demons. These demons were grotesquely shaped, ferocious, and pounced towards Xiaohua with their bloody mouths. Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. Xing Chen, who was prostrating at the side, almost shouted with an incredulous voice, as if he was afraid that others couldn't hear him. Grandmaster wants to attain Bodhisattva Buddha fruit? Attain fruit? When Xiaohua heard this, he wasn't surprised. He had heard Han Zhu talk about attaining fruit in the ruins of the Buddhist sect. Of course, he had also heard this during the battle with the demons. However, he had never thought that he would be able to attain fruit when he had just cultivated to the 4-chi golden body. In particular, he didn't know anything about attaining fruit. What did he have to pay attention to in attaining fruit? He didn't know anything about the benefits of attaining fruit. Unfortunately, Xiaohua was now a senior of the Buddhist sect, so he naturally couldn't ask about this kind of thing. The most important thing was that he was doing his best to support the clear water bottle and collect the river water that was rushing into the longevity town. He simply didn't have the spare energy to ask anything. He could only blindly persist. However, looking at Xing Chen's extremely envious gaze, Xiaohua also knew that he had encountered a good thing. Since it was a good thing, then what was the point of asking? Unfortunately, at this moment, clang, the sound of a sword rang out. In the distance, Emo Jianli activated the sword light and flew over with a little girl in his hand. He was still shouting, "The princess is here! The princess is here!" Whoosh! Without waiting for Emo Jianli to fly closer, the dwarf waved his hand. A long aqua-blue arm grew out from under his body and fell into Emo Jianli's hand like a waterfall. In an instant, it took the girl away. The action was so fast that Mo Jianli couldn't react at all. When the girl fell into the dwarf's hand, the dwarf opened his mouth and roared into the sky. It was really a sound that shook the 9 heavens. Then, with another wave of his hand, thousands of light threads flew out from his body and fell on the Liao River. Whoosh! Like the falling tide, the river water that was rushing toward Xiao Hua's clear water bottle immediately fell into the Liao River. Strangely, as soon as the river water retreated, the demon that was rushing toward Xiao Hua immediately changed its face and turned into a heavenly girl. However, the heavenly girl and the heavenly flower only lasted for a few breaths, then gradually disappeared. The chanting also disappeared at the same time. What a pity! Xingchen couldn't help but moan. He called out with great regret, Grandmaster only needs the Tianma test to achieve the fruit. Then, he turned around and looked at Mo Jianli. His gaze almost pierced Mo Jianli into 1,000 holes. Amitba, good. Xiao Hua also felt sorry in his heart, but he didn't take it to heart. He murmured and activated the clear water bottle again, not daring to neglect it. The dwarf took the girl and slowly fell into the river. The shrimp and crab soldiers that rushed into the immortal town waved their flags and flew back. At the same time, the hundreds of giant sea beasts that turned into burly men slowly turned into members of the water tribe. The water of the Liao River also slowly fell back. Grandmaster? Seeing that the matter was over, Xingchen still knelt on the ground. He looked up at Xiao Hua and said in a low voice, Disciple dares to ask for Grandmaster's name. May I know? When Xingchen said this, Mo Jianli beside him looked as if he had seen a ghost. He said hurriedly, Sea God milord? Sea God milord of the River Tide Temple? All of a sudden, Xingchen was also shocked. Although he had never been to the River Tide Temple, when he discovered Xiao Hua's Buddhist consciousness in the early morning, he also used his Buddhist consciousness to explore the River Tide Temple. Naturally, he also saw the golden body of the sea god, but it was in a hurry, so he couldn't remember it clearly. Now that Mo Jianli called him, Xingchen immediately remembered. As for Mo Jianli, naturally, because Li Mo knew that his flying speed was not as fast as Mo Jianli's, Mo Jianli told Xiao Hua's words to Mo Jianli. It was the golden body that Mo Jianli saw in the main hall when he rode his sword to the River Tide Temple. Ha! Amitba! Xiao Hua saw the water of the Liao River recede rapidly. He clasped his hands together and smiled. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back and the shore is at hand. Then he pointed at the clear water vase. The Buddhist artifact fell into his hand. His body slowly flew into the distance. Grandmaster? Xingchen was about to call out when he saw Xiao Hua forming a seal with both hands. The word Lin emerged from his Buddhist seal and spread out in all directions. Xingchen's expression immediately changed. 9 words mantra? My Buddha is merciful. The 9 words mantra has descended upon the hidden immortal continent. Guanyin Bodhisattva, merciful salvation. Disciple respectfully sends Bodhisattva. Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva. Xingchen's voice was so loud, and he used the lion's roar. Many villagers in Longevity Town heard him, and they all chanted Bodhisattva's name. Mo Jianli frowned, but when he saw Xiao Hua's figure getting farther and farther away, he also lowered his head, not daring to say anything. Of course, he knew that Xiao Hua didn't achieve Bodhisattva's Buddha fruit. Xingchen said that because he had other intentions. When Xiao Hua's figure finally disappeared, Xingchen didn't dare to use his Buddha's awareness. Mo Jianli and the others didn't dare to use their divine sense either. Mo Jianli looked around and asked curiously, Fellow immortal Xingchen, where is Senior Xiao? Sigh, Senior Xiao was defeated by the water tribe. He was shot down from the Liao River before Bodhisattva arrived. Xingchen said indifferently, He hasn't shown up for so long. I'm afraid he's dead. Senior. Mo Jianli was anxious. He used the eye-clearing technique and looked at the Liao River. At the same time, he sent a message to Li Mo Ming and the others to search for Xiao Hua together. Xingchen's face carried a hint of arrogance. He looked at the panicking and praying townspeople in the distance, then lowered his head to look at the place that had been flooded by the river water. He waved his hand and said, Xing Kong, one of you three will return to Shaojin Temple and inform Ming Yu of the situation here. Have him send out disciples to calm the townspeople down. The two of you will patrol the area and see if there are any water tribe hiding or bandits making trouble in the chaos. Grandmaster C.I. Hang defeated the water tribe. Our Buddhism sect has blessed Longevity Town. Don't let this blessing turn into water. I'll accompany you to search for Senior Shao of Taoism. Chapter 32:20. Yes, disciple understands. Xing Kong, Xing Min, and Xing Fan bowed in the air, their faces full of pride. Yes, raising a hand to save 100,000 lives, only half a step away from attaining the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. This was definitely rare even in the Western paradise, let alone in the hidden immortal continent where Confucianism flourished. Moreover, Xing Kong and the others were able to witness this grand occasion of attaining the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. It was also greatly beneficial to their own cultivation. How could they not be excited? Taking a step back, the merit of saving 100,000 lives, whether it was Xing Chen or Xing Kong and the others, they could all get a little bit of it. When they returned to the Cloud Forest Temple, they might even be sent to the Western paradise to be recorded in the Buddhist scriptures. Seeing the three of them leave, Xing Chen smiled and urged his body to fly towards Liao Jiang. He already understood in his heart that regardless of Xiao Hua's life or death, Taoism had already been defeated. Jiangchao Temple would definitely not exist in Longevity Town in the future. Not only that, Longevity Academy, which was previously so powerful that Shaojin Temple could not shake before, would definitely not be Shaojin Temple's opponent in the future. Just now, at the critical moment, Xing Chen easily sensed the power of the 100,000 lives. This kind of the purest worship and piety from the heart had been deeply engraved in the hearts of the 100,000 villagers of Longevity Town. In the future, they would definitely abandon Confucianism and enter Buddhism. Whenever there was any danger, they would think of the scene of Xiao Hua holding a bottle to save the lives of the people. The image of Xiao Hua, that Buddhist cultivator C.I. Hang, would also appear in their hearts. It is also because of the instantaneous convergence of the power of the 100,000 lives that Grandmaster C.I. Hang attained the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. Thinking of the grand occasion just now, Xing Chen could not help but feel regretful. This kind of opportunity, how many times can one encounter it in one's life? What a pity! If Emo Jianli did not come to make trouble, my Western paradise would have another Bodhisattva. Hateful. Could it be that Emo Jianli did it on purpose? Even if he came a moment later, Liao Jiang would still be taken into the Buddhist artifact by Grandmaster, and would not cause any damage to Longevity Town. If Grandmaster C.I. Hang missed this opportunity, I don't know when he would encounter such an opportunity again. Thinking of this, Xing Chen was suddenly stunned again. He sucked in a cold breath and frowned. That's not right. The lives of the 100,000 lives are indeed heavy, but it's impossible to attain the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit in one go. For an ordinary disciple of Buddhism, a Bodhisattva Buddha fruit is already very good. Why did Grandmaster C.I. Hang suddenly? Could it be? Where is Senior Shao? Where is Senior Shao? Just as Xing Chen was feeling a little shocked, a hoarse voice came from not too far away. Xing Chen looked up and saw that it was Chongyun Sec's Li Mo Ming. Senior Shao is the one who saved the calamity today. If it wasn't for him taking in the princess of the Water Clan, if it wasn't for him blocking the attack of the Water Clan, Li Mo Ming really admired Xiao Hua to the point of prostrating himself in admiration. The anxious look on his face was definitely not fake. Ahem. Xing Chen coughed lightly and said, "It's too early to talk about this now. Let's find Senior Shao as soon as possible." Li Mo Ming bit his lips and glanced at Xing Chen with some resentment. However, he flew toward Liao Jiang without another word. Martial nephews. Xing Chen looked at Ji Dong and Qiu Jian, who had just arrived, and said, "Mr. Mo and I are enough. You should hurry up and help the villagers in Longevity Town. They still don't know that the crisis is over. I'm afraid they'll stir up trouble again." Ji Dong and Qiu Jian gave each other a look, and then said with a smile, "There are government officers and soldiers in the town, as well as martial nephews and junior brothers from Little Gold Temple, and even more so my Long Life Academy's 100 disciples. There is no need for us to go, right? Right now, we should focus on finding Senior Shao of Jiangchao Temple. He's the one who saved the calamity after all. Then, without waiting for Xingchen to say anything, the two of them cupped their fists and hurriedly flew to Liaojiang. Under Mo Jianli's command, they split up and searched in the depths of Liaojiang. Ba, fellow immortal Mo. Xingchen flew over and said in a low voice, "Where should I go to find him?" Fellow immortal Xingchen. Mo Jianli's face had a trace of sadness. He pointed to the left and said, "I've already looked around here. There's no trace of Senior Shao. When they were fighting, I wasn't near here. Fellow immortal, did you see where Senior Zhao's body flew after he was defeated?" Xingchen thought for a while and pointed in a direction, saying, "It should be that place. However, I was also using my mental force to absorb the river water with my Buddhist artifact. I didn't look carefully. Besides." Then, Xingchen hesitated and said, "Senior Shao killed many members of the Water Tribe and was regarded as a great enemy by the Water Tribe. Senior Shao couldn't defeat that dwarf. Even if he wasn't killed, he would be severely injured. Although Ancestor Ci Hang showed up in the nick of time, Senior Shao fell into the water. The Water Tribe is ferocious and cruel. Senior Shao is probably dead." Alas! At this moment, Liaojiang was very murky. Sand and sand were floating in the air, and there were even some remains and dead trees that were washed back from Longevity Town. Moreover, the current was still turbulent, far more tranquil than before. Mo Jianli looked at the shadows in front of Liaojiang and sighed. "Although I don't want to be too optimistic, Senior Shao stood out bravely in the face of so many barbaric members of the Water Tribe. If he didn't attract the attention of the Water Tribe, how could we wait for Senior Ci Hang of the Buddhist sect? Therefore, if we can't find Spiritual Master Zhao's trace, even if we can't find his remains, we can't give an explanation to Jiangchao Temple and the villagers of Longevity Town, can we? Besides, the most important thing is, I can't give myself an explanation." Mo Jianli looked away from the river, looked into Xingchen's eyes and said word by word. "Indeed." Xingchen avoided Mo Jianli's aggressive eyes and said, "I think so too. Let's split up and search. We'll go into Liaojiang and check. I hope those Water Tribe members won't spoil Senior Zhao's remains." Okay. Mo Jianli didn't want to argue with Xingchen. He only felt that Xingchen was too arbitrary and subjective. After nodding, he pointed again and said, "Fellow immortal, go over there. I'll go in the opposite direction, okay." Xingchen didn't say much. He followed Mo Jianli's finger and flew into Liaojiang. He released his Buddhist awareness to check carefully. The winner takes all, the loser takes all. Mo Jianli sighed as he flew. Senior Shao was brave, but he was defeated by the Water Tribe. Even if he did make some contributions, they are all gone now. Today, the Buddhist sect won a great victory and took in 100,000 disciples. Longevity Academy will be in a difficult situation in the future. In the depths of Liaojiang, the waves were more rapid and there were more and more debris. Most of them were big and small planks. It seemed that many boats on Liaojiang were destroyed by the Water Tribe. Mo Jianli bit his lips. He didn't know if Longevity Town was the only one attacked by the Water Tribe or if other places were also attacked by the Water Tribe. Hum! A sharp sword sound came from afar. Mo Jianli was overjoyed. He hurriedly raised his head to look. Indeed, he saw a familiar sword light soaring into the sky a few miles downstream of Liao River. But Mo Jianli didn't dare to be careless. He stepped on his flying sword and flew towards the sword light. At the same time, he used the eye-clearing technique. He was eager to know whether Xiaohua was alive or not. Seeing Mo Jianli fly away, Xingchen was also shocked. A cloud appeared under his feet and he followed Mo Jianli. He also released his Buddhist awareness. When the two of them saw Li Mo Ming and Ji Dong supporting the drenched Xiaohua and flying over at almost the same time, the feeling in their hearts changed again. Xiaohua, who was being supported by Li Moming, looked extremely tired and powerless. However, there was a trace of a smile on his pale face, as if he already knew that the tens of thousands of people in Longevity Town had managed to escape with their lives. Mo Jianli smiled from the bottom of his heart. He shouted from afar, "Senior Xiao." Mo Ming said that you fainted in the river. If you weren't caught by a rock, who knows how far you would have fallen. How are your injuries? Longevity Town is safe now. The 100,000 people of Longevity Town thank you for your protection. Hee. Xiaohua smiled faintly. He looked at the two people beside him and said, "If I wasn't injured, why would I need the help of two juniors?" However, this old man has already heard from Mo Ming that immortal friend Mo brought that princess out of the tidal river temple and returned her to the water tribe. This is all thanks to immortal friend Mo. Mo Jianli didn't answer. He carefully took out a jade box and handed it to Xiaohua. He said, "Senior Xiao, this is the healing medicine of Chongyun sect. I'm afraid it can't be compared to your Taoist golden core. However, this is a token of my appreciation. Please accept it." "Oh? Medicine? Very good." When Xiaohua saw this, he received it with a smile. After opening it, he saw a few black and fragrant pills inside. With a slight sniff, he naturally knew that the main ingredients inside were ordinary healing spiritual herbs. Without any hesitation, he took one out and ate it. He even said, "This poor Taoist is embarrassingly short on money. How could I have any golden pills?" This poor Taoist appreciates fellow Taoist Mo's kind intentions. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't stand on ceremony, Mo Jianli was very happy. He said in a low voice, "This is just an ordinary pill. If seniors' injuries are too serious, please go to Longevity Academy to rest. Junior will send people back to Chongyun sect. No need." Xiaohua waved his hand and kept the jade box. He said, "I'm just a little tired. When I was fighting with the dwarf, I was injured by his huge strength and fainted. I only have some internal injuries. Mo Ming's pill is useless. Soon I will be able to move freely." "Very good, very good." Mo Jianli was even happier. At this time, Xingchen also rushed over and bowed respectfully to Xiaohua. "Ha!" Xiaohua waved his hand and said proudly, "Xingchen, when we were fighting in the arena, you and I made it clear that whoever could save the most villagers in Longevity Town would be the winner. Now, I fought the water tribe and found the princess they were looking for. The hundreds of thousands of people of Longevity Town were saved by me. Your Shaojin temple has lost." Chapter 32:21. Hee. Xingchen glanced at Mo Jianli, who was standing to the side with an unpleasant expression, and said with a faint smile, "Senior Xiao fought the water tribe with all his might, and in the end, he even found the princess that the water tribe was looking for. Let alone the hundreds of thousands of villagers in Longevity Town, even the little Golden Temple and Longevity Academy would like to thank you." "No need." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "I was just passing by the Longevity Town. It doesn't matter if the people of the Longevity Town remember me or not. The Shaojin Temple only needs to remember the bet and leave the Longevity Town." However, Xingchen smiled again and said, "Senior, you did protect the Longevity Town, but how many villagers did you save? Senior, you might not have saved more than the disciples of the Buddhist sect. As for the winner of the bet, I won't talk about it. Fellow immortal, please be the witness." Xiaohua is stunned. He looks at Mo Jianli, whose face is a bit gloomy, and says curiously, "Although I didn't directly save those villagers, I can't say that I lost to Xingchen because I fought against the aquatic creatures, right? Besides, I found their princess. Didn't that solve the crisis of the Longevity Town? If I can't win, does that mean Xingchen won?" Fellow immortal Xingchen. Mo Jianli smiled and said, "I remember you said that we have to compete with the Taoist sect and the Buddhist sect to save more people, or to see which sect can solve the crisis of the Longevity Town. Whoever wins, right?" Xingchen thought for a moment and nodded. "That's right. Ancestor Ci Hang of the Buddhist sect saved more than 100,000 villagers of the Longevity Town. Isn't that a victory?" I didn't pay attention before, but now I understand. Mo Jianli frowned. Fellow immortal, you didn't mention the Shaojin Temple or the Cloud Forest Temple, but only the Buddhist sect. Did you expect Ancestor C.I. Hang to come? That's right. Xingchen didn't hide it. I sensed Ancestor's Buddhist awareness at dawn. But fellow immortal also said that apart from saving the most people, whoever can avert the calamity of the longevity town will be the winner. Mo Jianli blandly said, word by word, Elder Shao put the woman the waterkind were looking for in Jiangchao Temple. If he didn't tell us to send her back to the waterkind, how could this disaster be solved? This. Xingchen paused, then rolled his eyes. Fellow immortal Mo, you're wrong. The Tide Temple, the Tide Town, to be honest, the Tide Temple caused the crisis. If it wasn't for the fact that this woman was at the River and Tide Temple, how could the immortal town be forced by the Water Tribe? Tide Temple and the Tide Temple, the Tide Temple and the Tide Temple, the Tide Temple and the Temple, the Tide Temple and the Tide Temple and only Tide Temple, only Temple and the Tide Temple, the Tide can. Tide Temple and the Tide Temple will be the. Xiaohua snorted coldly and looked at Xingchen coldly. Xingchen was so scared that he shrank his neck. Then he clenched his teeth and said, what Junior said is the truth. Many things happened after Senior fainted. You can punish me however you want, but the villagers of the longevity town are not blind, deaf and mute. The truth will spread to the country of Xi and even Yu province. Xiaohua stared at Xingchen for half a cup of tea, then flew out from Li Mo Ming and Ji Dong's support. He looked at Mo Jianli coldly and asked, what happened after I fainted? Who is Ancestor C.I. Hang? Mo Jianli felt helpless. He had been thinking about Xingchen's words over and over again. The root of the crisis of the longevity town was the Water Tribe princess in the River Tide Temple. The Water Tribe must have sensed the girl's aura in the longevity town, so they came to find her. But they couldn't find her anywhere, so they decided to flood the town. It could be said that Xiaohua called the Water Tribe princess out of the River Tide Temple and solved the crisis. That was what Mo Jianli wanted to say. But the problem was, why was the Water Tribe princess in the River Tide Temple? If the Water Tribe princess wasn't in the River Tide Temple and the longevity town, this crisis wouldn't have happened. Especially, Mo Jianli had heard from Xingchen that there was a threat in his words. Xingchen was saying that he would spread the news that the Water Tribe princess was in the River Tide Temple. Mo Jianli knew that the villagers wouldn't think too much about it. They would only think that the Water Tribe flooded the longevity town because of the Water Tribe. That was to say, the River Tide Temple was the one that the Water Tribe wanted to flood, and the longevity town was just the fish in the moat. With this misunderstanding, even if the River Tide Temple still existed on the River Tide Ridge, when Xiaohua left, Xiao Jian and Yuan Yo would be killed by the people of the longevity town. Success and failure of the longevity town was because of the princess. Mo Jianli said bitterly, Senior, you don't know. Then, Mo Jianli told Xiaohua about how Grandmaster C.I. Hang used a water bottle to block the flood of Liao River. Xiaohua was pretending to be mysterious, but he was also very bitter in his heart. In fact, when he was hiding just now, he had thought things through. Since he showed up with the identity of C.I. Hang from the Buddhism sect, then, the River Tide Temple was bound to lose. He had lifted a rock and smashed it on his own feet. But obviously, it was impossible for him to reveal his cultivation base of Taoist sect and Buddhist sect completely without understanding the situation in the country of Xi and the hidden immortal continent 10 days after he woke up in the longevity town. Especially in these few days, he had seen the grudge between the Buddhism sect and the Confucian cultivators. This was the hidden immortal continent. If he revealed his cultivation of Buddhism, he would be a lonely ghost without any background. Wasn't he looking for death? The consequences of exposing himself were more serious than smashing his own foot with a stone. However, in that kind of crisis, when Xiaohua hadn't recovered his cultivation, how could he not use his cultivation of Buddhism? That was an unavoidable choice. Alas! Xiaohua sighed, boundless Taoist master. So there was Senior C.I. Hang after me. With such a merciful heart, he saved hundreds of thousands of lives with his own strength. The whole Longevity town bowed down to him. I am ashamed of my inferiority. Forget it. Xiao Hua's depression was fake, but in fact, it was real. When he was still cultivating in the West Sea, the wishful steel staff could already break the body of a 5th or 6th grade demonic beast. But today, he met a 4th grade elemental energy demonic beast, and he couldn't defeat him. This really made Xiao Hua depressed. Of course, Xiao Hua couldn't use the Heavenly Laws embodiment technique now, so the power of the wishful steel staff was reduced by 40%. Moreover, the 5th or 6th grade demonic beast was only a 3rd grade elemental energy demonic beast. Xiao Hua, who had always been proud of his strength, couldn't even defeat a 5th grade demonic beast. How could he be happy? Seeing that Xiao Hua was about to admit defeat, Emo Jianli hurriedly said with a smile, Senior Xiao, although your cultivation is not as good as Senior Ci Hang's, your contribution is not small either. This matter involves the Little Gold Temple and the Jiangchao Temple. Monk Mingyu and Taoist Xiao are not here. It's useless for us to say more. Let's go back to the Longevity town and settle the villagers first. It won't be too late for us to discuss this matter. Xing Chen was originally smiling, but after hearing this, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He understood that Emo Jianli didn't want to give all the credit to the Buddhism sect. In particular, Emo Jianli wanted to rope in Xiao Hua and didn't want the Jiangchao Temple to leave the Longevity town. Hee. Xing Chen didn't say anything, but he sneered in his heart. That's true. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and nodded. This old man is just Jiangqing City's helper. The outcome of the battle will depend on Xiao Jian's judgment. This battle was also started by him and Mingyu. Speaking of this, Xiao Hua thought of something and turned to Li Mo Ming. Nephew Li, did you hear anything from these aquatic demonic beasts? Have these aquatic demonic beasts lived in Liao River for a long time? What kind of aquatic demonic beasts is that dwarf? Why is he so powerful? I have some magical powers, but in front of him, I'm really vulnerable. Senior. Li Mo Ming hurriedly said with a smile. Junior only heard some words about princesses and people. Their language is different from the language of ordinary demonic beasts, so they may not be able to understand Junior's words. Oh, by the way, there are 2 demonic characters on their banners, Heavenly Abode. I've never heard of this place in all the demonic realms I know. As for that dwarf, Emo Jianli said with a smile, Senior, you don't have to think too much about it. He must be a demonic beast. However, he has been cultivating for a long time and can already transform. Senior, you must have seen clearly that the legs of that demonic beast are different from those of humans. They are extremely thick and webbed. It's not easy for demonic beasts to cultivate. Their bodies are generally several times stronger than those of humans. Senior, you used the weakness of humans to compete with the strength of demons. Naturally, you will lose. Of course, we didn't expect that you could hold on for so long. Hee, let's not talk about it. I've already been knocked unconscious. Thinking about it, although this dwarf only had the strength of a 4th grade essence power, his intelligence was much higher than that of old monster Xie. Of course, this dwarf's body must have been tempered. It was normal for him to not be able to defeat him with just his strength. Thus, Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. Without saying anything else, they flew back to Longevity Town. At this time, Longevity Town had gradually regained its peace. Although most of the townspeople had no cultivation, they were different from the townspeople of Dawn Rain Continent. They often saw demonic beasts. It was not that Liao River had not been destroyed by the aquatic demonic beasts before. However, this time, it was too big. The commotion was far greater than before. This made them feel hopeless. Now that the danger was over, most of the townspeople had calmed down. The chaos and disorder that Xiao Hua imagined did not appear. Now that the townspeople had settled down, Zhu Junfeng and Zen Master Ming Yu came to greet them separately. The 2 of them had obviously received the news. Zhu Junfeng's face was a little gloomy, far from the excitement of surviving a calamity. Zen Master Ming Yu's expression was the complete opposite. He also did not have the sorrow that Longevity Town should have. His expression of exultation was obvious even though he did not speak. Chapter 32:22. Has Ancestor Ci Hang left? Monk Mingyu called out as soon as he saw Xingchen. I wanted to invite him to stay at Shaojin Temple for 2 days. He is the great benefactor of the town of longevity. Countless benefactors want to see his face. Amitabha. Ancestor Ci Hang is an expert who wants to attain the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. Why would he stay at Longevity Town? He must have heard some news, so he hurried over from afar to eliminate the calamity of the Longevity Town. Now that the calamity is over, he must have gone to another place. Xingchen said faintly. It's a pity that I can't pay my respects to him and see his face. Monk Mingyu said regretfully. He left, but he left his golden body behind. Xingchen naturally knew what Zen Master Mingyu meant. He smiled and deliberately didn't finish his sentence. Monk Mingyu was stunned. Martial uncle, why do you say that? How can Ancestor Ci Hang have a golden body? Didn't he fail to attain the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit? Xingchen pointed in the direction of River Tide Temple. Ancestor Ci Hang's golden body is in River Tide Temple. He has fate with Longevity Town. In the past, he saved tens of thousands of people in Longevity Town. Now, he saved tens of thousands of people again. If you want to pay your respects, you can go to River Tide Temple. Monk Mingyu cried out. So this River Tide Temple wasn't originally a Taoist temple, but the temple of Ancestor Ci Hang of Buddhism? Of course. Xingchen and Mingyu asked and answered each other's questions very smoothly. Xingchen stole a glance at Xiaohua. Xiaohua was also speechless. He was thinking about Taoist Master Zhao's image, so he used the golden body of the River and Tide Temple. However, he didn't expect that the stone not only smashed his foot, but also broke his leg. Monk Mingyu? Mo Jianli asked. Where is Taoist Xiao Jian of River Tide Temple? Is he still at Shaojin Temple? This poor monk received the news and immediately rushed over from the small gold temple. However, when this poor monk left, the benefactors that gathered at the small gold temple also left in a hurry. I presume that Taoist Xiao Jian was among them. Mo Jianli looked at Zhu Junfeng and said earnestly, Junfeng, the immortal Buddha ceremony at the Longevity Town today is very interesting. I must report this to my elders. However, apart from today's ceremony, there is also the competition between the small gold temple and the River and Tide Temple. We still need to give them a result. This matter is already so obvious. What results do you need? Zen Master Mingyu said with a smile. Even if Taoist priest Xiao doesn't leave the Jiangchao Temple, from today onwards, the one who visits the Jiangchao Temple will be the golden body of our Buddhist sect's benevolent Bodhisattva. Does a Taoist disciple like him have the face to stay in the Jiangchao Temple? I still need this little monk to explain this matter to Xiao Jian. Xiaohua sneered, directly calling Zen Master Bright Moon little monk. Yes, I understand. Zen Master Bright Moon did not care about this. Being able to chase away the River and Tide Temple, and with Ancestor Ci Hang's saving grace, the small gold temple's reputation in the Longevity Town had spread. Its future development would definitely not be inferior to Longevity Academy. Taoist Xiao seems to be over there. Mo Jianli pointed in the direction of the small gold temple and reminded Zen Master Bright Moon. Thank you, Senior. Let's go. Zen Master Bright Moon said with a smile. The earlier we settle this matter, the more time Taoist Xiao can return to the River and Tide Temple to pack up. Otherwise, when the benefactors come to Jiangxing City to burn incense and express their gratitude, Taoist Xiao, it won't be convenient for you to return to the River and Tide Temple, right? Xiaohua snorted coldly and flew down first. Xingchen frowned slightly and glared at Zen Master Bright Moon before flying down as well. Xiao Jian, who was sitting on the worn-out donkey cart, no longer looked as confident as before. His brows were tightly knitted, as if he was thinking about something. Seeing Xiaohua and the others fly down, he hurriedly jumped down from the donkey cart and bowed. Greetings, seniors. You already know the cause of the matter, Xiaohua said indifferently. Although this old man has made some contributions, after all, I am still far from Senior C.I. Hang of the Buddhist sect. Of course, my river and tide temple also found the princess of the water tribe, so the contribution is not small. It's hard to say who will win and who will lose. You are the abbot of the river and tide temple, so you should discuss this matter with Dean Zhu and Abbot Bright Moon. This junior has only heard some rumors. I don't know the specific situation. Xiao Jian heard that Xiao Hua seemed to admit defeat and had the same reaction as Emo Jianli. He hurriedly said, "Let's ask the small gold temple to explain this matter clearly. Even if I die, I want to die as a ghost." It's very simple. Xing Chen glanced at Zen Master Bright Moon and decided to personally go up and explain the matter in detail. This junior thanks senior for helping us out. Xiao Jian didn't know about the Water Tribe princess, but he was quick-witted and had already heard the hidden meaning in Xiao Hua's words. After Xing Chen finished, he bowed to Xiao Hua and said, "If senior didn't pass by the Longevity Town, this junior wouldn't even have the idea of challenging the small gold temple. Not to mention today's narrow victory. Everything senior did was for the sake of the small gold temple. This junior won't have any complaints. Senior, please don't think too much about it." Then, Xiao Jian looked at Zen Master Bright Moon and said with a smile, "Great Zen Master Bright Moon, listen to this. Senior Xiao of the Taoist sect found the Water Tribe princess and even fought against the Water Tribe commander. Although he didn't win against the commander in the end, he still bought time for Senior C.I. Hang to arrive. Of course, Senior C.I. Hang used the heaven-wielding weapon to turn the tide and collect the water of Liao River, saving the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in the Longevity Town. This merit can't be erased. It's also not something Senior Xiao can compare with. However, this Liao River's water is probably endless, right? If Senior Xiao didn't find the Water Tribe princess, this junior doesn't know how long Senior C.I. Hang could hold on. Oh, of course, this junior isn't questioning Senior C.I. Hang's cultivation. This junior just, how can your Taoist sect understand the magical power of my Buddhist sect?" Xing Chen snorted coldly. Senior C.I. Hang is already a bodhisattva. In that case, a Buddhist weapon can contain the water of 3 rivers and 4 seas. What's a mere Liao River? Of course this junior understands this. Xiao Jian said with a smile. Even if Senior C.I. Hang was able to collect the water of Liao River, what if the Water Tribe commander led the Water Tribe to attack while Senior was using his magical power? Senior C.I. Hang's strength alone wouldn't be enough, right? If Senior Mo didn't send the Water Tribe princess out of my tidal river temple in time, my small gold temple acknowledges this merit. Zen Master Bright Moon said indifferently. Today is the immortal Buddhist ceremony. As the representative of Confucian cultivators, it's natural that Senior Mo contributed to defeating the Water Tribe of Liao River. It wasn't known if Zen Master Bright Moon and Xing Chen had spread rumors, but what Xing Chen said was consistent. They both gave the final credit to Confucian cultivators. This is clearly my small gold temple's merit. Xiao Jian seemed to have underestimated the Buddhist sect's sophistry. He was a bit flustered. If Taoist Xiao sent that girl to Liao River, I can naturally take it as your small gold temple's merit. Zen Master Bright Moon said unhurriedly. Xiao Jian was truly flustered and exasperated. However, he rolled his eyes and said with a fake smile, Mingyu, I told you clearly that day that your small gold temple and my tidal river temple would compete in the arena. That battle just now didn't end. Why don't we start over? Who didn't know how to act shamelessly? Xiao Jian's skin seemed even thicker than Mingyu's. Of course, Zen Master Bright Moon's eyebrows didn't move. He didn't even raise his eyelids as he said indifferently, "As long as Senior Xiao agrees." This sentence made Xiao Jian feel as if he had eaten a fish bone in his throat. He opened his mouth and his Adam's apple moved a few times, but he couldn't say anything. Xiao Hua was a senior. How could he go back on his words? Xiao Jian didn't expect Xiao Hua to agree. Therefore Xiao Jian looked at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's face was as calm as water. Taoist Xiao. Xing Chen at the side opened his mouth. It's a bit hurried to argue about the outcome right now. Why don't we return to our respective temples and rest for a day? We'll discuss it tomorrow, how about it? Xiao Jian was slightly stunned. He didn't understand why Xingchen didn't strike while the iron was hot and settle this matter today. However, he was still willing to step on the stairs that were given to him. Xiao Jian's face immediately filled with a smile. He cupped his hands and said, Senior Xingchen is right. Junior just heard the details of today's matter and didn't think about it carefully. After all, the outcome of today's matter has a deep impact on both our families. We have to be careful. Okay, tomorrow afternoon, please come to my small gold temple. My small gold temple's monks will be waiting. Zen Master Bright Moon didn't understand, but he still said with a smile. Xiao Hua said indifferently, I don't want to step into a Buddhist temple. That's easy. Mo Jianli saw Xiao Hua's rejection of the Buddhist sect and hurriedly said, Tomorrow afternoon, how about we invite Small Gold Temple's immortal friends and Tidal River Temple's immortal friends to my Longevity Academy? Xiao Hua didn't want to step into Small Gold Temple. He just didn't want others to think that he was C.I. Hang. All right. Zen Master Bright Moon looked at Xing Chen's confident appearance and nodded. Then he put his palms together and chanted, Ba, this monk thanks everyone for today's merit. When this monk returns to the temple, this monk will first light incense and pray for everyone's blessings. Xiao Jian looked at Zen Master Bright Moon's hypocritical appearance and curled his lips. He almost snorted coldly. Then he invited Xiao Hua to get on the donkey cart and ordered the silent Yuanya to drive the cart back to Tidal River Temple. The monks of the Golden Temple naturally rode the clouds and left. The Confucian cultivators of the Changsheng Academy naturally rode their swords. Only Xiao Hua, who had the highest cultivation, sat cross-legged on the donkey cart. He let the donkey cart creak as it moved slowly through the Changsheng town after the calamity. Xiao Jian looked at Xiao Hua and wanted to say something. But seeing that Xiao Hua closed his eyes and didn't say anything, he thought that Xiao Hua was healing his injuries and didn't dare to say anything. Xiao Hua naturally didn't know how to heal his injuries, but he immersed his divine sense into his body to check the situation of the earth crystal Yao milk in his body and meridians. Chapter 32-23. The outer layer of the earth crystal Yao milk in my body is a bit loose after the fight just now. I can speed up the tempering. Xiao Hua is a bit happy in his heart. Previously, when he was fighting with the dwarf, he already noticed the changes in his body. Now that he has time, he naturally has to check it out. However, the earth crystal Yao milk in my meridians is less loose. The tempering is not much faster than before. This hidden immortal continent is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. This Xiao has only been awake for 10 days, and the first thing I encountered is the powerful water clan. Whether it is strength or body toughness, this water clan's monster is more powerful than this Xiao. It seems that this Xiao's previous cultivation is far inferior to these monsters. Moreover, this Xiao's cultivation has not recovered, so I can't use any of my powerful techniques. Just relying on the Buddha seal of the Buddha relic and soul cultivation techniques, I may not be their opponent. I still have to think of a way to quickly recover my cultivation. And, if I can have some water clan's cultivation techniques, that would be great. Thinking of this, Xiao Huan naturally thinks of Xian Cheng's water avoidance technique. He has already learned Heaven's Eye connection and also has the clear eyes technique of Confucian cultivators. He can already see the things in the jade eyes. Unfortunately, he still can't read the words in the jade eyes. He can only put the jade eyes aside. Oh, right, just now I forgot to ask Li Mo about the language of the demon clan. Xiao Hua realizes again and sighs, AI, the 3 continents are really troublesome. To cultivate a cultivation technique, I have to learn a few languages. How can it be more convenient than the Dawn Rain continent? However, the water clan's cultivation technique is naturally suitable for the water clan. I'm afraid that only the demon clan's language can record it completely. If it is written in the language of Confucian cultivators, the content would have already changed. Just like the 9 heaven spirit of Confucian cultivators, how can it be recorded in the language of the Xiuzhen 3 kingdoms? It is even more disgusting than trying to draw a tiger but failing to turn it into a dog. Right, there is also the primordial spirit in the space. Previously, as long as I touch the jade slip, I can see the things inside. This jade eyes can't. But when this Xiao learns the clear eyes technique and can see the things inside the jade eyes, the primordial spirit can also be seen with a touch. It is really strange. Xiaohua thought of something. It seems that the space isn't omnipotent and the primordial spirit doesn't know everything. As Xiaohua pondered, he continued to busy himself with the tempering of foolish old man's mountain shifter. The donkey cart arrived near Jiangchao Ridge. Before it even arrived at the foot of Jiangchao Ridge, Xiao Jian cried out involuntarily, "This? What is going on? When did my Jiangchao temple become so prosperous?" His voice was trembling, filled with anticipation and extreme excitement. Xiaohua opened his eyes, only to see that the mountain path of Jiangchao Ridge, as well as the main road in front of Jiangchao Ridge, was packed with black masses of people. These people, without exception, were all rushing towards the Jiangchao monastery. However, although there were many people and the mountain path was not wide, they were orderly. Everyone was extremely pious as they slowly walked forward according to their own order. The mountain path was wide enough for only a few people to walk on, so there was no congestion at all. What was special was that on the side of the crowd, there were some people who came down from Jiangchao Ridge. These people who came down all had a satisfied and honored expression on their faces. Xiaohua took a look and understood something. After thinking for a while, he realized that when Xing Chen was telling Xiao Jian the details of the matter, he didn't mention Si Hang's appearance. Xiao Jian naturally didn't know that Si Hang was the Lord Sea God worshipped by the Jiangchao monastery. Moreover, Xing Chen let Xiao Jian and the others return to the Jiangchao monastery to think. Clearly, he wanted Xiao Jian to see the current situation of the Jiangchao monastery and who these hundreds and thousands of people were worshipping. Alas! Xiaohua sighed, "You can't see the essence of the matter just by looking at the surface. You should go inside the monastery and take a look first." What can I see?" Xiao Jian rubbed his hands excitedly, not quite understanding Xiaohua's meaning. The Jiangchao monastery is so prosperous, this disciple can't give up. Let's wait until tomorrow and see how this disciple will chase away the bald donkeys of Shaojin Temple. If they don't leave, this disciple will let the longevity town. Xiao Jian originally wanted to say let the people of the longevity town chase away the monks of Shaojin Temple, but when the words came to his mouth, he seemed to think of Si Hang and immediately shut his mouth. Xiaohua heard this and shook his head slightly. Taking a step back, he could tell the truth that he was Si Hang, but what was the use of that to the Jiangchao monastery? He couldn't stay in the longevity town. Today's victory would only bring disaster to the Jiangchao monastery in the future. Rather than that, so what if he lost to Si Hang? When they arrived at the foot of the Jiangchao mountain, Xiao Jian had Yuanya return the lame donkey and the donkey cart to the owner of the tea house, while he arrogantly accompanied Xiaohua to the mountain path. Ever since Yuanya saw Xiaohua's power on the stage and saw Xiaohua's arrogance that caused the stage to collapse with a single step, he had always been pensive. Every time he saw Xiaohua, his eyes would flicker with fanaticism, but every time, he would remain silent and his attitude would only become more and more respectful. "Good day, everyone." Xiao Jian wanted to invite Xiaohua to walk in front of him, but when he saw Xiaohua shake his head slightly, he didn't expose the matter. When Xiao Jian saw the group of pious men and women lining up at the side of the mountain path, he immediately cupped his hands and greeted them with a smile. These people naturally returned the greeting with a smile. This smile made Xiao Jian even more satisfied and even more confident. He greeted them all the way to the mountain path. Unfortunately, just as Xiao Jian was about to step on the mountain path, someone spoke. "Taoist, if you want to go to the Jiangchao monastery to worship the Guanyin Bodhisattva, it's better to follow the order. This kind of delay is disrespectful to the Guanyin Bodhisattva. If the Guanyin Bodhisattva punishes you, not only will it be bad for Taoist, it will also be bad for our longevity town." "Guanyin Bodhisattva?" Xiao Jian was shocked and hurriedly said, "If you want to worship the Guanyin Bodhisattva, you should go to the Shaojin Temple. This Jiangchao monastery is my Taoist. Just now when Xiaohua appeared with the face of C.I. Hang, the entire Jiangchao town was filled with Sanskrit chants. The Guanyin Bodhisattva's Heart Sutra resounded throughout the longevity town. Everyone who knelt down was chanting with sincerity, even the people who were avoiding disaster at the Shaojin temple were the same. Although Xiao Jian didn't kneel down and follow, he heard it all and naturally knew that this Guanyin Bodhisattva was the title the villagers of the longevity town gave to C.I. Hang. It's a pity that Xiao Jian claimed to be a Taoist successor and wasn't as pious as the villagers of the longevity town. Thus, he didn't get the news that the Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body was in the Jiangchao monastery. As for Xiaohua, because he had some misgivings, he didn't want him to associate himself with C.I. Hang and thus didn't remind him. Don't blaspheme the Nanwu Guanyin Bodhisattva. A few robust villagers immediately showed anger on their faces. This Jiangchao monastery was originally his Taoist temple. His golden body is in the Jiangchao monastery. When did it become your Taoist temple? Ah? Xiao Jian's eyes widened as he hurriedly says, the one enshrined in the Jiangchao monastery is Taoist Xiao, which is also the golden body of Lord Sea God. You bastard! A robust man says angrily, if you say half a word more, I will take care of you, this blasphemous thing, even if I have to risk being punished by the Bodhisattva. You dare! Xiao Jian's first reaction is to retreat, but then he thinks of Xiaohua who is behind him. He sticks out his chest and shouts. Xiaohua says with a smile, Taoist Xiao, why lower yourself to the same level as the people of the secular world? Although this is some Guanyin Bodhisattva's Taoist temple, it is still my Taoist sect's territory. What's there to stop me from returning to my own home? Saying that, Xiaohua reaches out his hand and grabs Xiao Jian's shoulder. He activates the flying talisman and rushes towards the Jiangchao monastery. I owe this. Seeing Xiaohua and Xiao Jian soar into the sky, that robust man is stupefied. His legs go soft and he almost kneels on the ground. Although Xiaohua fought with the Water Clan's commander for a long time, at that time, the villagers of the longevity town were in a panic. Not many people saw it, so who could still remember Xiaohua? What they are grateful for in their hearts is only C.I. Hang who had a great momentum at the end. It has to be said that no matter if it is the Taoist sect or the Confucian cultivators, they are far inferior to the Buddhist sect in terms of extravagance and momentum. Although Xiaohua is not a pure Buddhist cultivator, once he used the Buddhist sect's methods, he immediately attracted so many believers. He used the heaven-leveling staff to fight for half a day, but no one knows who he is. When Xiaohua and Xiao Jian fly over everyone's heads and land in the Jiangchao monastery, the villagers who do not know the truth hurriedly kneel down. But at the same time, there are many villagers who were about to kneel down when they saw Xiaohua. Their Taoist robes make them hurriedly stand up. Obviously, in their eyes, the Taoist sect and the Confucian cultivators cannot compare to the Buddhist sect's C.I. Hang who just saved their lives. There are really a lot of good people in the Jiangchao monastery, but whether they are alone or in groups, they all respectfully enter the main hall. After they sincerely kowtow, they close their eyes and make a wish. Finally, they stand up and walk to the side of the main hall. There is a small table and an open booklet. After these people write something in the booklet, they more or less take out copper or silver from their bosom and put it in the merit box on the table. Then, they respectfully leave the main hall and slowly walk out of the Jiangchao monastery. Next to the table, behind the merit box, stands a young man. It is Louis. Louis has a smile on his face. Like a spring breeze, he smiles at these good people. But from time to time, he looks at the monastery door with a kind of anxiety. When Xiaohua landed from the sky, Louis can no longer hold it in. He hurriedly rushes out of the main hall and says anxiously, Immortal Master, where is Xiao Yun? Xiaohua and Xiao Jian's landing naturally disturbs the people who are offering incense and praying. Everyone stops and looks at Xiaohua and the others. Xiaohua does not pay attention to them and says to Louis in a low voice, Xiao Yun has already been taken away by her family. We will talk about the details of this matter later. Don't ask too much now. Yes, this little one understands. Hearing that Xiao Yun was taken away by her family, the stone in Lu Yi's heart finally falls. He looks at Xiao Jian, who is walking towards the main hall in a daze, and says in a low voice, "Immortal Master, I don't know why, but suddenly many people come to the monastery to worship the sea god. This little one saw that Taoist Xiao is not here, so I acted on my own." Chapter 32-24. There's no need to say anything more. Xiaohua admires Lu Yi's cleverness and says in a low voice, "You did well." Hearing Xiaohua's praise, Lu Yi's face finally shows a smile from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Jian staggered to the top of the hall and stood there. He stared at the sea god's golden body. After a while, he said sorrowfully, "Sigh, Lord Sea God. Are you a Taoist disciple or a Buddhist disciple? If your family is a Buddhist disciple, why don't you just get a bald head? Why do you still have hair? Now, Taoist sect is not Taoist sect, Buddhist sect is not Buddhist sect. Let me worship you for so many years." Speaking to here, he turns to the old woman who is preparing to kneel and asks, "This big sister, this Jiangchao temple has always worshipped the golden body of the sea god. When did it become the Guanyin Bodhisattva of the Buddhist sect?" Taoist Xiao. The old woman clearly knows Xiao Jian. Seeing Xiao Jian's dejected look, she says, "You may not know, but just now, when the fish monsters in Liao River wanted to pour the water of Liao River into our Jiangqing town, the Guanyin Bodhisattva appeared. Guanyin Bodhisattva appeared and collected all the water in Liao River. She even chased away all the fish monsters. He saved everyone in our longevity town. That Guanyin Bodhisattva's face is exactly the same as the sea god. Many people in the town saw it. I heard it from others and quickly came to thank the Bodhisattva for his great kindness, so that he can bless our longevity town every year." See. Hearing this, Xiao Jian takes in a breath of cold air and unconsciously turns to look at Xiaohua. Xiaohua helplessly nods, indicating that these words are true. Seeing Xiaohua nod, Xiao Jian immediately understands the meaning behind Xing Chen's retreat. Since the sea god is the Guanyin Bodhisattva of the Buddhist sect, even if he wins tomorrow's debate and can stay in Longevity Town, he can't stay in Jiangchao Temple anymore. Since he can't stay in Jiangchao Temple, where can he go? And even if Shaojin Temple loses, the Buddhist sect is no longer in Shaojin Temple. He can still come to Jiangchao Temple. Right now, the Jiangchao Temple was even more popular than the Shaojin Temple. Who knew if there would be a Dejin Temple in the future? Forget it. After seeing through Xing Chen's sinister intention, Xiao Jian's mouth twitched slightly. Flinging his sleeves, he let out a sigh and walked out of the palace. Coming to the front of Xiaohua, he bowed and said, "Senior Xiao, our Jiangchao Temple has been defeated." He was able to save the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. So what if he was defeated? Xiaohua said faintly. These words were meant for Xiao Jian to hear, but they were also his own thoughts. "That's right. Senior, you're right." Xiao Jian nodded. "If I can protect Longevity Town from being drowned by the Liao River, I am willing to be expelled from Longevity Town." And Xiaohua nodded. "Exactly. Senior, please wait a moment." Xiao Jian smiled and said, "Disciple will pack up and leave Longevity Town with Senior." All right, Xiaohua didn't want Xiao Jian to leave with him, but looking at Xiao Jian's somewhat lonely appearance, he felt a bit guilty and nodded in agreement. Xiao Jian walked into the east room. In just half the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, he walked out with a bitter smile and said to Xiaohua in a low voice, "Senior, can you help me?" "Of course." Xiaohua walked into the east room and came out again in a moment. He smiled and said, "Is there anything else you want to take?" "Of course." Xiao Jian pointed at the pots, bowls, ladles, basins, and water tanks on the stove and said angrily, "These were all bought by this disciple. I can't leave any of them to those bald donkeys." "Ah." Xiaohua laughed involuntarily. He walked in front of these things and with a wave of his hand, he put them all into his storage bag. Seeing Xiaohua's methods, everyone was stunned and looked at Xiaohua with reverence. "Master!" Yuanya jumped down from the banyan tree. Obviously, he couldn't go up the mountain path and could only climb from the side. Seeing that the things in the courtyard were gone, he asked curiously, "Are we moving to Shaojin Temple?" "Bullshit." Xiao Jian couldn't help but scold, "I am moving to Yunlin Temple." When did that old bald donkey lose Yunlin Temple to us? Yuan Ye was stunned. Immortal Master, Lu Yi, who had been looking at Xiao Hua and didn't know what to say, finally made up his mind. He took the opportunity to kowtow in front of Xiao Hua and said, "I know that I am of a despicable background and my actions are also despicable. I don't ask for anything. I only ask to be a servant in front of Immortal Master and serve Immortal Master's daily life." Xiao Hua smiled. He pointed at the main hall and said, "Weren't you doing well there just now? In the future, when Shaojin Temple takes over Jiangchao Temple, there will still be people guarding it. Wouldn't it be better for you to be a guard?" "Immortal Master, please don't mock me," Lu Yi said embarrassedly. "Previously, I thought that these villagers came to our Jiangchao Temple to thank Taoist Xiao. Wasn't I collecting money for Immortal Master? Since they want to give it to Shaojin Temple, what does it have to do with me? I even fought with Shaojin Temple's Jianhong before. If I enter a Buddhist sect, won't I be bullied to death by them? Besides..." At this point, Lu Yi was a little hesitant. He lowered his voice and said, "I've caused so many troubles, and I'm at the edge of the Liao River. Someone or an evil spirit comes to make trouble for me, who can I reason with? Immortal Master, please pity me. Following Immortal Master, I can also have a way to survive." "Oh." Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows. He looked at this exceptionally clever youth with some astonishment. He didn't mention the relationship between the Water Clan and Xiao Yun. Lu Yi was able to deduce the truth from just a few words. It was really beyond his expectations. Seeing Xiao Hua's expression change, Lu immediately knew that he guessed correctly. He hurriedly kowtowed and said, "Immortal Master, please save me, get up." Xiao Hua thought for a moment. He knew that he was new here and didn't know anything about hidden immortal continent. Having such a clever follower would definitely be useful. He nodded and agreed. "Many thanks, Immortal Master." Lu Yi was overjoyed. He hurriedly jumped up from the ground and rushed to the main hall. Xiao Hua saw Lu Yi run to the front of the merit box. He couldn't help but ask anxiously, "What are you doing?" "Immortal Master, this is Jiangchao Temple's thing. If Shaojin Temple doesn't come, this thing is ours." Lu Yi's hand was already on the merit box. "Put it down." Without waiting for Xiao Hua to open his mouth, Xiao Jian roared, "This is what the benevolent masters consecrated to Guanyin Bodhisattva, not Taoist Xiao. If we take it, we will dirty our hands. Even if we leave Immortal Town, we can't let Shaojin Temple's bald donkeys point at our backs and curse us." "Yes." Seeing Xiao Hua slightly shake his head, Lu Yi reluctantly put down the merit box. He seemed to regret that he didn't take some in advance. "Damn it, if we don't belong to the same family, this kid is the same as me." Xiao Hua bitterly smiled and also felt helpless. "Master." Without waiting for Lu Yi to come out of the main hall, another person kneeled down beside Xiao Hua. If it wasn't Yuan Ye, who else could it be? "What are you doing now?" Xiao Hua originally had a bitter smile, but now he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Disciple also wants to follow Master," Yuan Ye honestly replied. Xiao Hua was displeased and coldly said, "Now that your master is in trouble, why don't you follow your master to protect him? Why are you following me? With your character, how can this Xiao take a liking to you?" "Master?" Yuan Ye's expression changed greatly. He carefully said, "Disciple?" "Disciple didn't say that I won't protect Master. But if Master leaves, where will Disciple go to find Master? Disciple really wants to follow Master to cultivate." "When did this Xiao become your master?" Looking at Yuan Ye, who didn't have a trace of a heart, Xiao Hua indifferently said, "Yes, Disciple won't call you master in the future." Yuan Ye immediately replied, "This Xiao goes east, your master goes west. Where are you going?" Xiao Hua continued to ask, "Disciple?" Yuan Ye was stunned. After thinking for a long time, he shook his head and said, "Disciple doesn't know." Lu Yi, who was at the side, had already walked to the side. He was only anxious for Yuan Ye. He already knew that Xiao Hua was benevolent. As long as Yuanya said that he would follow his master to the west, and then expressed his determination to cultivate, perhaps Xiao Hua would leave behind a method to find him. Although it wasn't possible now, it might not be impossible in the future. Although Yuan Ye's answer was a bit better than Xiao Hua's answer, it was easy for people to associate him with indecisiveness and hesitation. Senior, let's go down the mountain first. Xiao Jian looked at the people who didn't even want to go to the main hall and only looked at them. He felt very bored and asked Xiao Hua in a low voice. Let's go, let's go. Xiao Hua waved his hand and walked out of the Jiangchao temple. Going up the mountain was difficult, but going down was easy. The people who had just left had already left, and those who had not yet left were still within the temple of river and tide. Xiao Hua brought the three of them and calmly walked down the mountain path, and no one stopped them. Originally, there were some people who looked down on Taoism, but after witnessing Xiao Hua's art of flying the heavens, they naturally did not dare to roll their eyes. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Xiao Hua was a bit stunned. His appearance in the Longevity Town was abrupt. He was inadvertently fished up by Xiao Jian and Yuan Ye from Liao River. He didn't have any origin. If he wanted to go to paradise, then naturally he wanted to go to paradise. But where is Elysium? Xiao Hua stopped. Everyone stopped as well. Looking to the left, it was the direction to Longevity Town. Xiao Hua smiled and didn't think too much about it. He turned and walked to the right. Who cares where the right led to, as long as it didn't lead to Longevity Town? However, after walking for a while, Xiao Hua looked back and saw that Xiao Jian was walking right behind him. He couldn't help but smile and say, Taoist Xiao, where are you going? Xiao Jian smiled bitterly. This junior also doesn't know where to go. Let's leave this Longevity Town first. And Xiao Hua blinked his eyes, then looked at Lu Yi and said, Do you have any silver in your pouch? Go to the town and find a carriage or something. Chapter 32-25. Oh. Lu Yi stared blankly, then immediately understood. He hurriedly said carefully, Good, Immortal Master knows that this little one has used all the silver on me to treat Xiao Yun's illness. I didn't leave any behind. Junior has some here. Hearing this, Xiao Jian took out a few pieces of silver and handed them to Lu Yi. Brother Lu, I'll have to trouble you to find a slightly bigger carriage. Yes, Lu Yi took the silver and quickly ran towards the town. Although the people of Longevity Town would definitely be very flustered after surviving a calamity, with Lu Yi's intelligence, Xiao Hua didn't feel that this would be difficult. Senior, let's go and wait. Xiao Jian seemed to be unwilling to stay in Jiangchao Ridge for a moment longer, and said to Xiao Hua very respectfully and anxiously. Xiao Hua didn't reply, and slowly walked along the main road. Xiao Jian followed beside him, while Yuan Ye drooped his head and weakly followed behind the two. After silently walking for half a cup of tea's time, seeing that there were still many people walking towards Jiangchao Monastery, Xiao Jian couldn't help but spit on the ground and fiercely said, Damn it, I've worked so hard in Jiangchao Monastery for so many years, but I've been biased towards this group of bald donkeys. Just treat it as a gift from me to my son. Then, Xiao Jian saw that Xiao Hua was calmly walking in front without any trace of anger. He quickly walked a few steps and said with a smile, Senior, you're my Taoist senior, naturally you wouldn't care about this. However, Junior has been here for many years, and has already treated this place as my home. Now that I'm suddenly leaving, I'm really reluctant. Fighting with the heavens and earth isn't as fun as fighting with the monks of Shaojin Temple? Xiao Hua knew that Xiao Jian wanted to talk to him, so he simply opened his mouth and mocked him. Hearing this, Xiao Jian unconsciously rubbed his head and said embarrassedly, Senior is right, I've fought with these bald donkeys for so many years, I'm indeed reluctant. Hearing this, Xiao Hua didn't reply. He understood what Xiao Jian was thinking, and wanted to see how Xiao Jian would open his mouth. Senior. After a moment of silence, Xiao Jian said again, May I know where Senior is going after leaving Longevity Town? The Buddhist sect's paradise. Xiao Hua looked into the distance and said indifferently, What, Senior? Senior wants to go to the nest of those bald donkeys? Xiao Jian's face turned pale with fright as he hurriedly said, I heard that the Pure Land is filled with Baldies. You are a senior of my Taoist sect, an enemy of the Buddhist sect. If you go there, will you still be alive? Of course, this junior is not doubting your cultivation. It's just that 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Do you know where Elysium is? Xiaohua turned his head and asked Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian shook his head honestly and said, Junior only knows that the Western Paradise is in the south. When we reach the border of the hidden immortal continent, we just have to cross the eastern and southern seas to reach there. However, as far as I know, the distance from the Longevity Town to the eastern sea is hundreds of thousands of miles. The eastern sea and the southern sea are millions of miles wide. There are many demon beasts in the sea, and they are 100 times more powerful than the water clan we saw today. Senior, if you want to reach the ultimate land of bliss, it will be very difficult. Sai, that's right. When Xiaohua heard this, he nodded inwardly. Xiao Jian was right. If he didn't recover his cultivation, it would be impossible for him to head to the Western Paradise with his current strength. Right now, the most important thing for Ji Hao to do was to purify all the earth crystal Yao milk in his body. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's eyes brightened as if he thought of something. He turned his head and asked Xiao Jian, Taoist Xiao, where do you want to go? Actually, Xiao Jian clenched his teeth. He turned his head and looked at Yuan Ye, who seemed to be thinking about something, and said, I won't hide it from Senior. What you said before was extremely right. Junior doesn't have the power to protect himself. Back then, I saved Yuan Ye so that he could protect me. However, after being with Yuan Ye for so many years, Junior has long regarded Yuan Ye as my own nephew. Junior doesn't have any ability. If he wants to follow Senior to cultivate, Junior is also extremely willing. However, Senior also said that if Senior goes east, Junior goes west. Yuan Ye doesn't know how to choose. However, if Senior goes east and Junior also goes east, doesn't that mean Yuan Ye doesn't have to choose? Ha! Xiaohua laughed loudly. He shook his head and said, I can go to the ultimate land of bliss. Can you go too? Yes, Junior naturally can't go. Xiao Jian said respectfully. However, if Senior goes to the hidden immortal continent and Junior follows Senior, won't Yuan Ye also be able to ask Senior for advice? Since Senior can take Lu Gu as a servant, why can't you take Yuan Ye as a servant? Although Lu Gu is clever, he doesn't have a good background after all. He thinks too much in his heart. He can't be compared to Ye's simplicity and seriousness. Xiao Jian, Xiaohua smiled. Actually, you don't have to go east. You just need to let Yuan Ye follow me. Why go through so much trouble? Hee. Xiao Jian smiled and said, following Senior, not only will I have Yuan Ye's protection, I will also have Senior's grace. If Junior doesn't follow Senior, then I would be crazy. Hee. Xiaohua's mouth twitched. He actually became this guy's bodyguard. Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked, Oh right, Xiao Jian, do you still remember Lu Town that I asked you about this morning? Lu Town? Xiao Jian was slightly stunned and immediately nodded. Yes, Junior remembers. Could it be, Senior wants to go to Lu Town? That's right. Xiaohua nodded. Others don't know about my origin, but you and Yuan Ye are very clear about it. How about this? Yuan Ye? Yes. Just when he heard Xiao Jian say that he wanted to follow Xiaohua, Yuan Ye's eyes lit up as if he was alive. Now that he heard Xiaohua's call, he hurriedly answered. If you help me find Lu Town, I can consider teaching you some spells. Xiaohua said indifferently. Hearing this, Yuan Ye was really ecstatic. Almost without thinking, he knelt on the ground and shouted, Disciple understands. Disciple will definitely help Master find Lu Town. When did I say that I want to accept you as my disciple? Xiaohua smiled and said, I just want to teach you some spells. A teacher for a day is a father for life. Yuan Ye said excitedly, this is the first sentence that Master taught Disciple. Disciple has not dared to forget it for so many years. A teacher for a day is a father for life, alas. Xiaohua's heart was suddenly touched. In his mind, he instantly thought of the words he said before his death in order to use the blood curse to entangle Shan Xingzi and Daoist Du. Disciple said, wrong? Seeing Xiao Hua's gloomy expression, Yuan Ye's heart suddenly tightened and he hurriedly asked. No. Xiao Hua's expression was very amiable. He looked at Xiao Jian and said to Yuan Ye, tell me, how are you going to help me find Lu Town? Yuan Ye's face turned red. If he had to fight and kill someone, it would be an easy matter. But to find Lu Town, he really didn't know how to do it. Xiao Jian looked at Yuan Ye's embarrassed expression and smiled. After a moment, he smiled and said to Yuan Ye, in fact, this matter is very easy. You only need to buy a map of the hidden immortal continent. Of course, this map must be extremely complete. All the towns and villages in the continent must be recorded. As long as you search one state at a time, one country at a time, you will definitely find Lu Town that Senior wants to find. Oh! Not to mention Yuan Ye, even Xiao Hua was stunned. Xiao Hua had never thought of using a map. Disciple understands. Thank you, Master. Yuan Ye was overjoyed. He turned to Xiao Hua and said, Disciple will help Master find the map first. All right. This old man's words always count. Xiao Hua smiled. No matter what method you use, it's fine. Thank you, Master. Yuan Ye almost thought that Xiao Hua was giving him a huge opportunity. Xiao Jian. Xiao Hua asked again, are you sure that there is a map of the hidden immortal continent? Of course. Xiao Jian smiled and said, when every country was founded, they would draw a map of their territory. Every town and village would be recorded in it. These maps would inevitably be leaked out. When people with intentions took them, they would gather them and naturally form a map of the hidden immortal continent. Not only the hidden immortal continent, but also the Western Paradise and Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Senior can rest assured about this. So that's how it is. Xiao Hua secretly nodded. In addition, if Senior really wants to go to the Western Paradise, then you should also find a map of the Western Paradise. Xiao Jian naturally didn't think that Xiao Hua would really go to the Western Paradise, but he still reminded him. Master, the map of the hidden immortal continent. Suddenly Yuan Ye realized and shouted, how big is that? How can a piece of paper draw it? Xiao Jian smiled, looked at Xiao Hua and said, ordinary people naturally can't, but us Taoists and Confucians have ways to do it. Jade eyes, Buddhist archives and beast skins can all record a lot of things. Hearing this, Xiao Hua was somewhat surprised. He had heard Chu Muhuan mention about the Buddhist archives and beast skins in the Western Ocean, but he had never seen them before. Now it is the hidden immortal continent, and this is a small longevity town. Xiao Jian actually knows about these things. Seems like Xiao Jian's story is really thought-provoking. Suppressing his curiosity, Xiao Hua opened his mouth again and said, then where should I find the map of the hidden immortal continent? Xiao Jian looked at Xiao Hua somewhat strangely, as if he was very puzzled by Xiao Hua not knowing where to find the map. Moreover, he also felt that Xiao Hua didn't seem to know anything about the hidden immortal continent. There's nothing strange about it. Xiao Hua noticed Xiao Jian's gaze and said indifferently, I was originally a rogue cultivator who lived in seclusion. Later on, I met an enemy and was injured by the enemy's magic treasure, so I hid in the origin stone to hide. Now that I have woken up, I don't know how many years have passed. Things remain the same, but people have changed. There are too many things that I don't know. Yes, this junior knows. This was the first time Xiao Hua told Xiao Jian about his origin. Although it was still vague, seeing that Xiao Jian didn't dare to ask more, he hurriedly replied, if Senior wants to find the map, the closest place to here is the Copper Pillar State. Oh, the Copper Pillar State that you and the Cloak Gang's leader talked about that day? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, you have a good idea. Even if I can't find the map, you can still trade your origin stones there, right? Chapter 32:26. I've made a fool of myself. Xiao Jian said with a smile, I didn't know you were looking for a map. These primordial stones are of good quality and can be exchanged for a lot of things in Copper Pillar State. You should know that I don't have any cultivation and these primordial stones are useless in my hands. They're even a disaster. I've long wanted to exchange these primordial stones for some elixirs and see if they can restore my cultivation. When he said the last sentence, Xiao Jian really couldn't conceal the probing in his heart. He couldn't help but glance at Xiaohua. Unfortunately, Xiaohua still had a smile on his face as if he didn't hear his last sentence. Instead he said, "That's good. Since we're all going to Copper Pillar State, let's go together." Yes. Xiao Jian was slightly disappointed, but he still said, "Thanks to you, I can safely reach Copper Pillar State." At this moment, Xiaohua slightly raised his head and looked at the road behind him. He snorted and ordered Yuanya, go and pick up Lu. If anyone tries to stop you, don't hold back. Yes, I understand. Yuanya immediately turned his head and looked into the distance, but there were still a few people on the road. Where was Louis? However, Yuanya still obediently agreed, but his expression was one of excitement, almost as if he was about to jump out of the room. I'll give this to you. Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the magic wand. I'll give it to you in the future. Really? Yuanya was so happy that he scratched his ears and cheeks. He took the magic wand and rushed into the distance like a galloping horse. Senior. Xiao Jian's divine sense couldn't go too far, so he asked tentatively, "Did Brother Lu encounter the disciples of the Cloak Gang?" Xiaohua sneered. "Who else could it be? These people are really like ghosts that won't go away. They don't forget to do evil in this time of disaster." When Xiao Jian heard this, he was a little anxious and whispered, "Senior, there's nothing to say about Ya's skills. It's easy for him to deal with a dozen Cloak Gang disciples, but if there are too many people," Xiaohua said confidently, "don't worry. Yuan Ya's aptitude is good. Since I've already agreed, how can I let him die? Actually, he doesn't need to go." "Oh." Xiao Jian raised his eyebrows and said thoughtfully, "Does Senior want you to get closer to Brother Lu?" This old man indeed has this idea. Xiaohua smiled, "But the origin of this matter isn't as profound as you think. When this old man instructed Yuanya just now, Lu Yi did not have any help. By the time this old man finished speaking, someone had already gone to help Lu Yi. He, Junior is thinking too much, Junior is thinking too much." Xiao Jian was a little embarrassed. He stood to the side and shaded his eyes with his hands as he looked into the distance. Xiaohua looked at Xiao Jian and no longer spoke. He treated Xiao Jian differently from Yuanya. Although Yuanya looked like an untamed wild leopard, his heart was very pure. Xiaohua quite liked him. However, Xiao Jian was different. Not only was he very shrewd, but he was also very guarded and probed a lot. In particular, he seemed to be wearing a mask on his face. He changed it whenever he wanted, which made Xiaohua feel really uncomfortable. The reason why Xiaohua kept making things difficult for Yuanya was that he did not want to get involved with Xiao Jian. However, Xiao Jian did not open his mouth to talk about the past, and the matter of him secretly probing Xiaohua just now made Xiaohua a little wary. He had just stepped into the hidden immortal continent, and for no reason he attracted a lot of karma. Especially when the origin of this karma might not be legitimate. Sure enough, after half an incense's time, some dust rose on the road. In the air, a few sword lights fell. It was Emo Jianli and Zhu Junfeng. When the two of them landed, Emo Jianli bowed and said, "Senior Xiao, why did you leave in such a hurry? If Junfeng did not mention it just now, I felt that you would leave without saying goodbye. This junior would not be able to catch up with you even if he wanted to." "That's right, Senior." Zhu Junfeng also said sincerely, "The result of the bet between Shaojin Temple and Rivertide Temple has not been decided yet. Why did you admit defeat so easily?" Xiaohua helped the two of them up and said with a smile, "Actually, this old man does not care. No matter the result, this old man will leave Longevity Town. However, just now, this old man and Xiao Jian went back to Rivertide Temple. Just like what Xingchen said, now that Rivertide Temple is worshipping Guanyin Bodhisattva, it has completely become a Buddhist temple. What's the point of us guarding that temple? Xiao Jian wanted to leave, so this old man also left. Actually, Senior played a very important role in this great calamity. Mo Jianli still wanted to persuade, but Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "Don't mention it again. It doesn't matter who the credit belongs to, the important thing is that Longevity Town was not destroyed because of this great calamity. The villagers of Longevity Town can be grateful to Guanyin Bodhisattva or Lord Sea God. It is okay." Sigh, Senior is really open-minded. Mo Jianli sighed. If everyone was like Senior, how could there be so many disputes in this world? There are many people who are more open-minded than this old man. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said, "Just like today's Ci Hang of the Buddhist sect. According to what you said, he took the water of Liao River and watched the water tribe retreat. He turned around and left, leaving only the words Ci Hang of salvation. Isn't he more open-minded than this old man?" Indeed. Zhu Junfeng also gave a thumbs up. This ancestor Ci Hang is 100 times more comfortable than Xingqian and the others. Ha, Xiao Hua laughed and pointed at Xiao Jian. Then what about Monk Mingyu compared to Xiao Jian? Zhu Junfeng laughed and did not say much. Fellow Taoist Mo, you didn't come here just to see me off, right? Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at the approaching dust on the road. It was a carriage with a few scholars on horseback and asked. Mo Jianli glanced at Zhu Junfeng and smiled bitterly. To be honest, Junior was still talking to Junfeng on the way back to the academy. Although Senior is a Tao cultivator, you have the inheritance of us Confucian cultivators. You can be considered to be fated with us Confucian cultivators. Now, the relationship between Hidden Immortal Continent's Buddhist sect and us Confucian cultivators is very awkward. If Longevity Town doesn't have River Tide Temple, then we can only let Shaojin Temple develop recklessly. In the future, my Longevity Academy might not be its opponent. Junior still wants to bring Junfeng to spend more time with Senior and River Tide Temple. Ah, Xiao Hua laughed. Fellow Taoist Mo is mistaken. I don't have any relationship with Xiao Jian. I just happened to pass by here and stayed at River Tide Temple for a few days. Moreover, River Tide Temple has become a part of Shaojin Temple. If fellow Taoist Mo wants to fight against Shaojin Temple, then you should find other help. Yes, Junior understands. Mo Jianli nodded. Although Shaojin Temple is like the sun in the sky now, it is still wishful thinking if it wants to stand shoulder to shoulder with my Longevity Academy. After today, Junior will have to rush back to the sect. Presumably, the sect will have orders and measures. Junior is not good at these things, so I won't be too concerned. Junior rushed over because of 3 things. Oh, what 3 things? Xiao Hua was a bit surprised. He couldn't think of what these 3 things were. First, I want to ask Lu Yi about the Water Clan's princess. Mo Jianli laughed. Previously, Junior took the princess away from the water bucket. This Lu Yi tried his best to stop me. If not him, who should I ask about the Water Clan's princess? You must have already asked about this matter? Xiao Hua asked. Mo Jianli nodded. Indeed. But it's the same as not asking. Of course, Lu Yi is just an ordinary person. How could he know about the Water Clan's princess? He just saved a little girl out of kindness. Xiao Hua laughed. This little girl is not ordinary. Mo Jianli said meaningfully. According to Mo Ming, he heard the Water Clan's words. This Water Clan is not an ordinary Water Clan of Liao River. It seems to be some Paradise River. Paradise River? Xiao Hua frowned. He thought of the water-repelling technique in his space. It seemed to be from the West Sea when they destroyed the Water Clan of Paradise River. Paradise River? Xiao Jian, who was at the side, was shocked. Could the Dongtian River that Senior Mo mentioned be the Dongtian River of the 3 rivers? Yes, if Li Mo Ming heard it right, it should be. Mo Jianli sighed. One of the 3 rivers and 4 seas. This Water Clan's princess. Even if she's from a side branch, her background is still something we can't measure. Indeed. Xiao Jian sighed. Paradise River, Chitty River, and Saint River are known as the origins of the 4 seas. Naturally, they are not ordinary water clans. Xiao Hua hesitated. Wasn't Paradise River destroyed by the West Sea? Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Mo Jianli almost lost his voice. He said anxiously, "What? Paradise River was destroyed by the West Sea? How did Senior know?" This is bad. Xiao Hua had just shown off, and now he was in trouble. Seeing Mo Jianli so shocked, how could he not know that he had said something wrong? When Xiao Hua thought about it carefully, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't that right? The words that Su Zhuoyang told him that day seemed to be a water-repelling technique from the West Sea that was passed down from the Paradise River, right? He had heard it vaguely, and now he had misinterpreted it as the West Sea destroyed Paradise River. It was very different from the original words. If it was really as he said, and Mo Jianli knew this secret, how could Su Zhuoyang and the others not know? And with the old turtle Xian Cheng's caution, how could he talk about the West Sea's secret in front of them? The so-called rumors in the world. I'm afraid this is the cause. Whether it's intentional or not. Xiao Hua thought helplessly and immediately covered it up. This old man heard it from someone at the EG. EG? What's EG? Mo Jianli asked curiously. Xiao Hua was speechless. He really blamed himself for being too talkative. Didn't he bring Lu Yi with him just to ask more about the general knowledge of the hidden immortal continent? He hadn't even learned anything yet, and now there was another problem. What's the name of the Copper Pillar country's primordial stone trading place? Xiao Hua asked helplessly. Oh, this Junior understands. Zhu Junfeng said with a smile. So Senior called the auction EG. It's really ancient. Chapter 32:27. Hee, it's the auction. Xiao Hua laughed. But Mo Jianli shook his head and said, Senior, if you said that you got the news from somewhere else, I would believe you. But the auction is full of good and bad people, especially those who come to help with the news. There are many groundless rumors and are not reliable. Especially the secret of the destruction of the three rivers, there are many rumors. Xiao Hua nodded. If that's the case, the news that I heard without spending much primeval stones shouldn't be true? Yes, for this kind of thing, Senior should just listen to it. Please don't say too much. Mo Jianli said embarrassedly, I think Senior knows what to do, Junior doesn't dare to talk about it. I understand. Xiao Hua smiled. What about the second thing? The second thing is Junior's little thought. Mo Jianli stretched out his hand and took out an inch-long flying sword from his sleeve. He respectfully handed it over to Xiao Hua and said, Senior, this is Junior's sound-transmitting eye. Please accept it. Junior will definitely report the matter of Longevity Town to the sect. Senior helped Junior fight against the Water Tribe. Junior will think of giving Senior any rewards in the future. Of course, Senior Xiao is my teacher. Junior doesn't dare to talk about making friends. I only hope that if Senior passes by Shi again, Junior will come and pay Senior a visit. Hee, this old man understands. Xiao Hua had a very good impression of Mo Jianli and immediately kept the small sword. If this old man has any problems in the future, I will definitely trouble you. Mo Jianli saw that Xiao Hua was so straightforward and was very happy. He bowed and said, Thank you, Senior. What about the third thing? Xiao Hua waved his hand and asked. The third thing? Mo Jianli looked at Zhu Junfeng and said, Junfeng, you say it. Yes, Mr. Mo. Zhu Junfeng agreed, then respectfully said to Xiao Hua, Senior Xiao, Longevity Town has suffered a great calamity today. Tomorrow, the prefectural governor will definitely send someone to investigate. This matter will also have to be reported to the king of Shi Nation. In this Junior's opinion, Senior has rendered meritorious service to Longevity Town, and similarly to the Shi Nation. Why don't Senior wait for a few days? It won't be too late for you to leave after meeting the prefectural governor's envoy. Someone from the government? Xiao Hua glanced at Xiao Jian and asked curiously, Previously, I didn't see any officials in Longevity Town. During the Great Calamity, they didn't appear either. Why is it so grand after the Great Calamity? This kind of official, it's better not to meet him. Ahem. Zhu Junfeng was obviously very embarrassed. He coughed a few times and said, Senior, you may have misunderstood. Longevity Town was a small town to begin with. The county governor in charge of Longevity Town would not send too many subordinates over. Some of his own people like Li Zheng could manage the town. And this county governor is a disciple of my Chong Yun sect. Therefore, there are many matters in Longevity Town that this junior can make decisions for. Actually, wasn't the incident of the cloak gang's harassment at the Jiangchao temple previously caused by the government? It's just that you don't know about it. Xiaohua understood the moment he heard and said somewhat embarrassedly, turns out that this old man made a mistake. Sorry. It's all right. Zhu Junfeng smiled apologetically. I've already committed too many sins for not being able to eliminate this great calamity. Perhaps the county governor's envoy is here to punish me. At this point, Mo Jianli raised his head sadly and looked into the distance. He smiled bitterly and said, although the hundreds of thousands of people in Longevity Town managed to escape, but the Water Clan destroyed all the rice planted along the river. This year, Longevity Town will definitely not have a harvest. The county governor's envoy may punish Junfeng, but the most important thing is to provide disaster relief. If he doesn't do well, it's normal for the villagers to leave their homes. That's strange. Xiaohua was very familiar with mulberry fields. After hearing this, he asked, the villagers in other places usually grow rice. Could it be that it's farmland or terraced fields in the mountains? How could the villagers of Changsheng Town grow rice, which they rely on for a living by the riverside? The river overflows easily. Once it's flood season, wouldn't that mean a year's worth of hard work would be wasted? Hearing Xiaohua's words, not only was Zhu Junfeng stunned, even Mo Jianli was stunned. They didn't expect Xiaohua to know about this. Unfortunately, they only knew about disaster relief. As for farming, how would they know about it? Senior. Xiao Jian opened his mouth. I've been in Longevity Town for many years, right next to the Liao River. I know a little about this. Mo Jianli almost vomited blood. Looking at the two Taoist cultivators, he really wanted to scream in his heart. These people, are they still cultivators? What are they doing every day? They even know about such small things? Tell me about it. Xiaohua smiled. Xiao Jian pointed at the Liao River in the distance and said, Senior, you should know that the Liao River rises twice a year, and each time, it covers the entire Longevity Town by 2 miles. After the river water falls, the mud and other things in the water will remain on the shore, and even the barren land will become fertile soil. The rice in Longevity Town also ripens twice a year. When the river falls, it's planted. When the river rises, it's harvested. However, the Water Clan attacked yesterday. The tide rose 30 days earlier than usual, so the rice on the shore hasn't been harvested yet. So that's how it is. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, every place has its own people. I'm not from Longevity Town, so I really don't know about it. I know a lot about it too, Zhu Junfeng said embarrassedly. In that case, the disaster that fellow immortal Zhu is worried about won't be too serious. Xiaohua smiled and said, although there's no harvest this season, the villagers all have some food in their homes. Now that the flood is over, you can plant more rice on the shore. When the second season of rice ripens, Longevity Town will have no more hunger. Of course, the town will be a little tense during this period. When the county governor's messenger comes, you just need to get food from other places or buy it. I'm sorry, Mo Jianli said in a low voice. We only know about cultivation. We really don't know about these things. Now that I think about it, I've taken it for granted. It's best to worry about the people. It's normal to take it for granted. Xiaohua smiled and said, it's better than taking a position without doing anything. However, since fellow immortal Zhu is so worried, why don't I help you? Xiaohua reached out his hand and said, fellow immortal Zhu, do you have a storage bag or storage ring? There's no need to trouble Senior. Zhu Junfeng's face was slightly red. Longevity Academy still has some money. When I return, I'll immediately send some students to the neighboring town to buy food. Storage bag? Storage ring? Mo Jianli was confused again. After a while, he reached out his hand and took out a small bag from his sleeve. He asked, "Senior, are you talking about a small universal bag?" "Small universal bag? That's right. That's it." Xiaohua almost wanted to slap his own face. He had already thought about it and didn't want to talk about things that he didn't know. Now that he blurted out something about a storage bag and a storage ring, it made people feel strange again. "Senior, what do you mean?" Emo Jianli handed the small universal bag to Xiaohua and was even more confused. "Ah." Xiaohua chuckled and didn't dare to ask anymore. He released his spiritual will. Luckily, this small universal bag was the same as a storage bag. He could open it with his spiritual will. Then he pretended to take out a storage bag from his chest and waved his hand. He returned the small universal bag to Emo Jianli and said, "I've been in Longevity Town for a few days. I'm fated with the people of Longevity Town. This little bit of food is my farewell gift to the people of Longevity Town." "Very good." Emo Jianli was overjoyed. He reached out to take it and carefully put it away. He said respectfully, "Senior is indeed worthy of being a Confucian cultivator. You care about the world and the people. Not only did you step forward in times of danger, but you also worked for the people without any fame or benefits. Although this food can't solve the problem in front of us, Senior's breadth of mind is really admirable." Xiaohua saw that Emo Jianli didn't check the amount of food in the small universal bag. He knew that Emo Jianli was worried about his reputation. After all, which cultivator would carry a large amount of food in their storage bag that they didn't need? Therefore, he didn't point it out. He looked at Lu Yi and Yuanya, who had already returned. He cupped his hands and said, fellow immortal Zhu, I'll see you off for 1,000 miles. In the end, we have to part. I'll leave now. You all still have many trivial matters to attend to in Longevity Town. You and I will bid farewell here. If we meet again, we'll meet again." Junior respectfully sees Senior Xiao off. Emo Jianli and Zhu Junfeng said as they saw that they couldn't keep Xiaohua. Emo Jianli and Zhu Junfeng didn't come here alone. Behind them, there were several disciples of the academy on horseback. When Lu Yi was chased by the Cloak Gang's disciples, it was these academy disciples who attacked and killed the Cloak Gang's disciples. Now that Zhu Junfeng saw that Xiaohua wanted to take a carriage, he naturally gave him a few horses. Then he waved goodbye. Xiaohua floated onto the carriage. Lu Yi drove the carriage while Xiao Jian and Yuanya rode the horses. Emo Jianli and Zhu Junfeng only turned around and returned to Longevity Town after the four of them had gone far away. The two of them didn't manage to keep Xiaohua. Although it was within their expectations, they still felt depressed. They thought that although Longevity Town was in a mess, the disaster had already passed. As long as the people slowly calmed down, they would be able to calm down. Therefore, they didn't fly on their swords. Instead, they walked on the main road with big strides. The remaining disciples also followed behind them with their horses. Seeing that the evening mist had already risen, Zhu Junfeng's face was illuminated by a layer of orange. He looked at the floating clouds in the sky and sighed, "Today's scene is no different from yesterday. We only saw the sun rise and the moon set, and the stars moved. However, how can the things that happened today be described with a few words? How can anyone think of today's disaster at this moment yesterday?" Emo Jianli nodded slowly. Junfeng is right. What we see now is ordinary. It is the future that the people who died today hoped for. What you feel now is the past that we can't go back to in the future. Zhu Junfeng raised his eyebrows, as if he had understood something. He almost turned his head to look at the figures of Xiaohua and the others who had already disappeared. He said, "Perhaps only someone like Senior Xiao, who turns around and leaves, leaving behind the same worries, can truly understand." Chapter 32:28. Troubles are created by people. No one can avoid them. Emo Jianli shook his head slightly. Senior Zhao's cultivation is powerful, but he has his troubles too. He has his past that he has never run away from. His cultivation is his, Xiao Jian's cultivation is Xiao Jian's. Our cultivation can only be ours. "Ha, Mr. Emo." Zhu Junfeng laughed and cupped his hands. I learned. Everyone's cultivation path is different in this world. The Buddhist sect has its Buddhist sect, the Confucian sect has its Confucian sect, and his Taoist sect has its Taoist sect. The Buddhist sect talks about delivering all living beings from torment. The Confucian sect talks about transcending the mortal world. We pursue righteousness, self-cultivation, family governance, and world peace. What about Senior Zhao's Taoist sect? It seems to be to clear one's heart, condense one's nature, and merge with the Tao. Mo Jianli didn't quite understand and whispered. Perhaps. Zhu Junfeng nodded. They don't care about the common people, but I can't. They can all leave freely, but this Zhu cannot just wash my hands of this matter. Just come, let this Zhu see what kind of great power the Buddhist sect has, able to chase away my Longevity Academy from Longevity Town. Junfeng. Mo Jianli knew what Zhu Junfeng was thinking. He shook his head and said, we're just doing our best to help the world. This is cultivation and saving people. If it's purely a battle between the immortals and Buddhas, it's not good. Although it's hard to cross all obstacles, it's hard to find gold after blowing sand. Although the Buddhist sect's appearance is bewitching, only we Confucian sect can help the common people. Junfeng, you're the last true gold. There's no need to complain. Mr. Mo is right. Zhu Junfeng seemed to understand. He smiled and said, I've been thinking too much. It's still early to think about the future. I'm sure the sect knows about what happened in Changsheng Town and will have a solution. I'm just thinking about how to make the people in Changsheng Town feel at ease. Indeed, Mo Jianli nodded and said, now that Changsheng Town is short of food, you'd better send the academy disciples to buy food elsewhere to calm the people. The county governor's emissary will probably arrive in 2 days. They'll definitely be escorting food. Zhu Junfeng explained, the king of the kingdom of Shi is wise. He was able to consider such matters. The county governor and the others will not be negligent. At this point, Zhu Junfeng said curiously, that Senior Xiao Huaxiao is also very interesting. He doesn't seem like a Taoist expert at all. He actually knows so much about farming, and he's even more of a Confucian cultivator than me. This junior is truly surprised. Indeed, Mo Jianli said thoughtfully. This senior must be a descendant of the great Confucian scholar and has cultivated in the mortal world. However, due to some unforeseen circumstances, he decided to cultivate instead. Oh, you can take the food in this small cosmos sack. I don't think there's much, but it's all senior's goodwill. As he spoke, Mo Jianli took out a small universal bag and handed it to Zhu Junfeng. Zhu Junfeng took it and said, no matter how much it is, it's a timely rain that can save some people. It's 10,000 times better than the flashy Buddhist sect. Just now, in front of Xiao Huaxiao, the 2 Confucian cultivators were naturally too embarrassed to check the contents of the small universal bag. Now that Zhu Junfeng scanned it with his divine sense, they almost cried out in surprise. What's wrong? Mo Jianli was shocked and hurriedly looked at Zhu Junfeng. Mr. Mo, you can take a look. Zhu Junfeng's expression was indescribable as he handed the small universal bag back to Mo Jianli. Looking at Zhu Junfeng's expression, Mo Jianli realized that he had been careless. When he looked at it with his divine sense, he was shocked and couldn't help but sigh. Goodness! This is what it means to have a Buddha in every home. This is what it means to have a heart for the people. Although today I saw with my own eyes that Senior C.I. Hang of the Buddhist sect almost became a bodhisattva, the compassion in Senior Zhao's heart is no less than Senior C.I. Hang's. The food in his bag is basically enough to save 10 longevity towns. Where did Senior Xiao get so much food? Zhu Junfeng was a little confused. I heard that Xiao Jian of the Jiangchao Temple can barely make ends meet every day. And this food seems to be different from what the longevity towns use daily. You can only ask Senior Xiao face to face. Mo Jianli smiled and patted Zhu Junfeng's shoulder. With this food, the longevity towns will be in chaos even if they want to. Your last worry is also gone. That's right, I will let them see if this food is edible. This disciple will distribute the food. Zhu Junfeng made a decision. Of course, This name should belong to the Jiangchao Temple. Jiangchao Temple? The Jiangchao Temple has already been taken over by the Shaojin Temple, right? Mo Jianli shook his head. Using the name of the Jiangchao Temple, won't the Buddhist sect benefit from it? Then, it's not suitable to use the name of the Taoist sect directly, right? Zhu Junfeng hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, then use the name of spiritual master Shao. Before today, this name was also very famous. Xiaohua's space originally had rice and millet seeds, but in these 100 years, not only did Xiaohua not worry about it, even the green-robed Xiaohua did not care about the rice and millet seeds. On the other hand, that white, fat and cute little fruit was very competent. Whether it was rice or millet seeds, they were all planted in time and harvested in time. On the vast plains in the space, there were a lot of food piled up. 100 years of harvest, Xiaohua was stunned when he saw it. But he did not expect that these seemingly useless food would now start the first flame of spiritual Master Zhao's miracle on the hidden immortal continent. At this time, Xiaohua was naturally sitting comfortably in the carriage and chatting with Lu. Lu Yi was very clever. Although he was young, his fate was full of misfortune. His mother died early, leaving only Lu Yi and his father to rely on each other. His father's character was not good. He was addicted to drinking and gambling. Especially because of the departure of his beloved wife, he blamed this crime on Lu Yi. Not to mention the love that a child wanted, he didn't even take care of him. Lu Yi had suffered a lot since he was young. It was normal for him to be hungry and not have a meal. Those beatings and insults were also common. It was more than what he ate. And when he was a little older, everywhere he went he was kicked to the street by his father and begged from house to house. In the beginning, Lu Yi was too young and didn't know how to beg. He would often return empty-handed. At that time, Lu Yi's father would kick and punch him, teaching him a harsh lesson. Lu Yi would starve and cry at night. After a long time, the smart Lu Yi gradually learned how to beg, so that he would not be hungry. He even used the leftovers to feed his father. Just like that, Lu Yi followed his father through city after city, town after town, and finally arrived at Longevity Town. At this time, Lu Yi's father's body had been hollowed out by the wine. Not only could he no longer punch or kick Lu Yi, he was also paralyzed on the straw on the ground, unable to move. Thus, Lu Yi stayed in the Longevity Town and waited on his father until he passed away. Lu Yi did not have the money to prepare for his father's funeral, but he was also unwilling to let his only relative be wrapped in a straw mat and hurriedly abandoned in the wilderness. After thinking about it, he finally made a decision, which was to enter the Longevity Town's cloak gang. In the entire Longevity Town, this was the only place that could accept Lu Yi and provide him with enough money. Shaojin Temple and Longevity Academy could not accept. Do you know? Immortal Master? It was already late at night. The sky was dotted with stars. There were no people or carriages on the main road. Only the sound of a few horses' hooves was particularly loud in the silence. Lu Yi's eyes were even brighter than the stars in the sky. His voice also spread further and further in the night sky. When father beat this little one hated him to death. I always felt that I would be beaten to death by him. I always hoped that he would die sooner. But when he could not move, seeing his pitiful appearance, this little one could not bear it. After all, he was this little one's only relative, and also this little one's biological father. If this little one did not care, he would definitely starve to death in a day. This little one could not ignore it. However, this little one did not like him at all, wanting to return everything he had given this little one back to him. However, when this little one threw the leftovers in his face after he spoke ill of me, this little one discovered for the first time that not only was there no remorse or hatred in his eyes, there was instead a kind of gratification, a kind of peace. This little one seemed to have suddenly understood something. Father, although his character was not good, he still loved this little one. He knew that he would not live for long, but he was also worried about this little one's future, so he began to teach this little one the ways of life from a young age, but his methods were really cruel. So, from then on, this little one began to pay attention to father's eyes, as well as the eyes of others. From these people's eyes, this little one discovered a lot of things. In particular, before father passed away, this little one saw that kind of love, that kind of yearning, that kind of reluctance in father's eyes. Although Lu Yi's voice was faint, and his tone was flat, the sound of his rapid breathing revealed the agitation in his heart. After father left, this little one mingled in the cloak gang again, and from the eyes of the gang members, this little one saw the disgust and fierceness that had never been seen in father's eyes before. This little one finally understood that although father had been harsh to this little one since young, he also had no choice. When he hit this little one, he hurt this little one in his heart. That kind of complicated look in his eyes will always be unforgettable to this little one. After father left, there was no more life in this world in this little one's eyes. Although this little one no longer needed to be beaten, this little one really missed those days of being beaten. Although this little one's body hurt, this little one's heart had someone to rely on. As long as I could see father's shadow and hear father's voice, this little one's heart would be at ease. Lu Yi continued, "It's a pity that those days have become this little one's eternal memories, and this little one can no longer return to the past." Until one day this little one saw Xiao Yun on the banks of Liao River. Seeing the panic and helplessness in Xiao Yun's eyes, this little one immediately thought of this little one's childhood. At that time, although this little one felt that life was worse than death, this little one did not panic. No matter how helpless this little one was, this little one still had someone to rely on. Xiao Yun's appearance was so pitiful. Her clothes did not cover her body, and her body was covered with dirty seaweed and many fleas. This little one knew that if this little one did not take care of her, she would definitely freeze to death in the cold winter night. So, this little one brought her back. Although this little one was not a good person, this little one could at least support her and make her a good person. Chapter 32-29. When I first met Master Immortal, I thought that Master Immortal was just an ordinary youth. From top to bottom, Master Immortal didn't have any otherworldly appearance. Taoist Xiao and the old monk Mingyu were both older than you. However, although you saw me stealing money, you didn't catch me. Although I was a little disrespectful to Master Immortal, I knew that Master Immortal didn't care. Because I didn't see any disdain or malice in your eyes. There was only a kind of peace and tranquility. It was also this kind of peace that made me feel safe for the first time after my father passed away. Even when you saved me, I only saw a kind of disdain in Master Immortal's eyes. This kind of disdain made me feel ashamed of my inferiority. I knew that Master Immortal was definitely not an ordinary person. When I heard about the miracle of the river and tide temple, I immediately had a feeling that I had to find Master Immortal. Only Master Immortal could save Xiao Yun. Only Master Immortal could get me out of the quagmire of the cloak gang. Rumble! At this point, a rumbling sound came from Lu Yi's stomach. It had been several hours since the afternoon. Xiao Huan naturally didn't feel anything, but Lu Yi and the others hadn't eaten or drunk anything. Naturally, they were already hungry. Phew! A small black shadow flew out from Yuan Ye's horse and landed on the carriage beside Lu. Xiaohua looked at it. It was Yuan Ye's usual meat bun. Lu Yi touched it, opened it, and took a big bite. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Ye, for the bun." Yuan Ye replied and didn't say anything else. His voice was actually trembling. Sigh, Xiaohua could see clearly that Yuan Ye was biting his lips tightly. Although Lu Yi's life was bitter, he had followed his father since he was young. Yuan Ye did not know who his father and mother were. He only followed the wild animals in the forest as he grew up. His life was even more bitter than Lu Yi's. Xiaohua looked at Lu Yi's thin back. In the night, it seemed a little thin. Compared to Yuan Ye's muscular waist and arms, it was a far cry. However, Lu Yi's quick-wittedness and calmness were something that Yuan Ye could not compare to. In particular, Xiaohua had casually killed the two villains from the cloak gang in the small courtyard of the Longevity Town. Xiaohua had only instructed Lu Yi to keep it a secret, but Lu Yi seemed to have completely forgotten about it. Even when Lu Yi mentioned it to Xiaohua a few times, he only skimmed over it, not revealing the slightest bit of information. This made Xiaohua very satisfied. As for Xiao Yun's matter, Xiao Hua told him not to ask about it, so he didn't ask about it. If it was Xiao Hua himself, he probably would have asked the moment he left Longevity Town, right? After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua said, Lu Yi, your experience is a kind of tempering for you. It's the best life gift your father has given you. It's a pity that you met this old man too late. This old man couldn't meet your father who had such foresight. However, since you met this old man now, this is your fate. Everything that you were afraid of in the past, from today onwards, you don't have to be afraid anymore. Actually, in Xiao Hua's opinion, Lu Yi's father might not be as good as Lu Yi said. Even, the so-called tempering and the like were all Lu Yi's own ideas. However, was the nature of Su Liuyi's father important right now? Was the original intention of scolding Lu Yi important? Everyone had their own idols. Their father was the first person they worshipped in their life. Whether good or bad, it would have some influence on them. Since Lu Yi didn't become twisted because of his past experience, why couldn't Xiao Hua become the hero in Lu Yi's heart? Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Lu Yi's body trembled. He resisted an indescribable intuition. Before Xiao Hua could speak, he said in a trembling voice, Yes, Immortal Master, this little one understands. This little one serving Immortal Master is a great opportunity. In the future, I don't have to be afraid of anything in the world. Hee hee. Xiao Hua laughed. It was easy to talk to a clever child like Lu Yi. However, he immediately said solemnly, But, Lu Yi, you have to know that before anyone has a great divine ability, they can't be free and unfettered between heaven and earth. To have a divine ability, you have to pay a price far beyond what you think. This price is far more difficult than what you think now. What food and clothing, what bullying in front of this price, it's nothing but grass. As for the specifics, even if this old man told you now, you wouldn't know. Immortal Master. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish speaking, Lu Yi turned around and kneeled on the carriage. He kowtowed and said, This little one earnestly asks Immortal Master to teach me the heaven-piercing technique so that this little one can laugh proudly in the hidden immortal continent and spread Immortal Master's fame. Ah, heaven-piercing technique? Xiao Hua's laughter seemed very loud in the night. This old man here doesn't have any heaven-piercing technique. Lu Yi leaned on the carriage and let the carriage slowly move forward. He didn't speak. You can get up. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, Since this old man wants to accept you as a servant, I naturally have the intention to borrow your strength. Of course, this old man also won't be stingy. Cultivation techniques? I will also choose some for you. As for how well you cultivate and what your future achievements will be, it will depend on your own ability. Many thanks, Immortal Master. Lu Yi forcibly restrained his excitement and said in a low voice, This disciple dares not to cultivate diligently and sully Immortal Master's fame? Hee hee, you can get up. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, It's still too early to accept you as a disciple. Let's talk about it when you have the opportunity in the future. Yes, this little one understands. Lu Yi was already prepared in his heart. Even if he joined the cloak gang, there was still a test. How could it be so easy for an expert like Xiao Hua to accept a disciple? He responded and got up to continue driving the carriage. In addition, Xiao Hua opened his mouth again. He wanted to tell Lu Yi about Xiao Yun's matter. He knew that Lu Yi was a person with deep feelings and would definitely want to know about Xiao Yun's whereabouts. However, when the words reached his mouth, he stopped. He was a very curious person and wanted to ask about everything he encountered. He wanted to get to the bottom of everything. Now that he met someone who could calm down his temper, why must he reveal everything? Why not wait and see? If he didn't say anything, when would Lu Yi ask? This was also a kind of test, right? Immortal Master. After waiting for a moment, Lu Yi didn't see Xiao Hua continue to speak. He asked curiously, Do you have any instructions? Nothing, just call this old man Xiao Daoist in the future. There's no need to call me Immortal Master. Xiao Hua said with a smile, It won't be too late to call me that when this old man becomes an immortal. See. When Lu Yi heard this, he almost choked. After a moment, he suppressed his heart that was about to jump out of his throat and carefully said, This little one understands, Xiao Daoist. Xiaohua raised his eyes and looked at Xiao Jian, who was standing in front of Yuanya. He understood that Xiao Jian's story might be even more than Yuanya and Lu Yi's combined. Xiaohua's feelings didn't only come from these dozen or so days, from what Xiao Jian vaguely said, as well as the appearance of those two Buddhist sect guards, even more so from when Xiao Jian received the steed from Longevity Academy's disciple, mounted it in an extremely skilled manner, the instant he raised the horsewhip, that surging expression. However, Xiao Jian's shrewdness was really too deep. He knew that Xiaohua's impression of Yuanya was not bad. Yuanya had arrogantly asked to become his disciple several times. Even though Xiaohua ignored him, he still vaguely pointed out that Yuanya had a master and he wouldn't accept Yuanya as his disciple. Yuanya couldn't tell, but how could Xiao Jian not? However, he didn't mention giving Yuanya to Xiaohua at all. Moreover, it was clear that Xiao Jian needed Xiaohua's help, but he also wanted to maximize his own benefits. Therefore, Xiaohua knew what Xiao Jian was thinking, but didn't bring up this topic. He wanted to see just how Xiao Jian was going to open his mouth and bargain with him. Xiao Jian, Xiaohua said indifferently. Let's find a secluded and safe place. We'll rest for a bit. Yes, this junior understands. What Xiao Jian was thinking, only he knew. Ever since they left Longevity Town, he didn't say much, only hurrying along. When he heard Xiaohua's words, he hurriedly replied. Only, when he raised his eyes and looked around, apart from the faint moonlight scattering down on the great path and mountain streams, the sounds of insects and wind by his ears, how could he tell where was a quiet place? However, after riding for a while, a slightly flat slope appeared on the side of the road. Xiao Jian hurriedly pointed, calling out, "Senior, what do you think about that place?" "This old man doesn't care," Xiaohua said with a smile. "If you all think it's fine, then it's fine." Xiao Jian turned his horse around and looked at Xiaohua's young face under the moonlight. Although this young man called himself an old man, he didn't feel anything wrong. Thinking back to his previous actions, he was actually that cold to Xiaohua just because he suspected that Xiaohua was sent by someone else. Xiaohua, he was really blind. Different from Xiao Jian's thoughts, Xiaohua didn't feel anything when Yuanya or Lu Yi called themselves an old man. After all, they were still young. However, Xiao Jian was already old. Looking at this face that was much older than him, Xiaohua knew that he was older than him, but calling him an old man was still awkward. This junior understands. Let's rest here tonight. Xiao Jian turned his horse around and swung his horsewhip. The horse rushed out of the uneven road and rushed up the slope. By the time Lu Yi drove the carriage to the gentle slope, Xiao Jian and Yuanya had already dismounted and loosened the reins. They were eating the grass nearby while they waited respectfully. You all should do what you need to do. Xiaohua's figure flew up from the carriage and landed on the ground in the distance. He said, "This old man has already placed everything in the carriage that can be used in the Tidal River Temple." Yes. When Yuanya heard this, he hurriedly jumped onto the carriage. Sure enough, the originally empty carriage was already filled with things. Yuanya's hands and feet were nimble. He took down the tools from the carriage, then bent down and placed his ear on the ground to listen for a moment. He then took the wooden bucket, iron pot and other things and went to another place. In that direction, Xiaohua had already used his divine sense to see a stream flowing by. As for Lu Yi, he also obediently ran up the slope and picked up a lot of dry wood under the big tree. Xiao Jian also didn't stay idle. He took the horses from the carriage and sent them to the grassland, allowing them to eat grass. He looked at Xiaohua, who was sitting cross-legged, and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he didn't walk over. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.